Good evening. It is 5 p.m. and we are calling this work session to order. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a 30-minute accountability audit exit conference for the 2023-2024 school year with the Washington State Auditor's Office. We will start with calling a roll call of our board members for attendance. As I say each board member's name, if they will say present. Director Gregory? Present. Director Song?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Vice President Cook?
Present.
And President Markell, I'm here. We will, again, our meeting topic is the SAO meeting for the 2023-2024 school year accountability audit exit conference. And I will call upon Superintendent Vela to start us off.
Thank you, President Markell and members of the board. Thank you for taking the time, our last regular meeting just before to make this meeting. Exciting stuff, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it right over to Mr. Raul Perengua, our Executive Director of Finance, who will introduce our team and our guests for this evening.
Well, President Markell, member of the board, Superintendent Vela, good evening. Tonight, happy to report that the accountability audit is now officially completed. Tonight, I'm joined by our team in finance, Lisa Tyler, Director of Budget, and Amanda Davis, who is our Assistant Director of Accounting, who has been very, very instrumental in the completion of this audit. And so tonight also I would like to introduce a representative from the State Auditor's Office who will provide us the highlight and the result of the audit. And so I believe we have Marcus Nelson on the line. Go ahead, please.
Yep, good evening. Marcus Nelson, I was the audit lead for the audit, and I'm here with my manager, Paul Griswold.
I don't see Paul. Is Paul here? Marcus, I don't see Paul on the line.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Yes.
Sometimes it just takes me talking and then I just appear, so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the introduction. So like Marcus said, my name is Paul Griswold. I'm the audit manager for Team South King County. And so thank you all for joining us to go over the results of the accountability audit. And so Marcus is going to pull up a PowerPoint here shortly. And so you also should have received an exit packet. And so we don't go line by line through the exit packet. Really, the PowerPoint that we're pulling up should basically cover everything. But if there's anything that you want us to go into more detail about, definitely let us know, and we're more than happy to do that. And so hoping we get the PowerPoint pulled up shortly. Sometimes we need like access, share access. So maybe.
Okay, should be coming up here. Okay, there we go.
Great.
Hopefully everybody can see that.
Well, with that, we can begin our results. So I always like to go over a little bit about audits. And so just a little bit about the State Auditor's Office and the audits. So one of the most important things about audits is their role to increase trust in government. And so our audits are able to do that because the public trusts the State Auditor's Office as an independent organization.
Just real quick.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
We're not seeing your PowerPoint on the screen, so if you give us just a moment.
Oh, yeah.
So we can get that up there.
Can you try resharing it again?
Could you try resharing that again?
Yeah, of course. I'll stop share and then I'll reshare.
There it is.
Okay, how about now?
Yep, now we got it.
Perfect.
Basically kind of back to what I was saying is the public trusts the State Auditor's Office as an independent organization that provides transparent examinations of the operations of all state and local governments, including school districts. And so another important role of audits is their ability to identify areas where efficiencies can be improved and where you can be more effective in complying with requirements. And then audits can also tell you where you're already working efficiently and effectively, And so our goal today really is just to make sure you understand the results of your accountability audit and then answer any questions that you might have. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Marcus, who's going to go into much more detail about the results of your accountability audit.
All right, thank you, Paul. So as was mentioned earlier, we performed an accountability audit from September 1st, 23, all the way through August 31 of 2024, or fiscal year 2024. So in the exit packet that was provided, we included the audit report, and on page 7, I believe, is the audit results that are included in the audit report. So you'll notice on that page, it states that in the selected areas, district operations complied in all material respects with any applicable state laws, regulations, as well as its own policies and procedures, and provided adequate controls over the safeguarding of public resources. And then I believe on the next paragraph down, you'll also notice it states that in keeping with general auditing practices, we do not examine every transaction. So the areas that we did not review, no information is provided on those. So I will be going through the different accountability areas that we did look at and going over a little bit of what we did for each area. So we selected various areas. We use a risk-based approach to narrow down, because of course we don't have time to look at everything. So these are the areas that were selected. So for procurement, we looked at a professional service contract. For that, we're just making sure that the district was in compliance with any applicable bidding or procurement requirements, as well as following its own policy. For the tracking and monitoring of theft-sensitive assets, such as computers, tools, and equipment, we performed an on-site asset check where we had an assisting auditor go throughout the district, went through multiple buildings, and performed an on-site check. For the associated student body activities, we looked at cash receipting and club expenditures. For the cash receipting, we were looking for making sure that cash receipts were intact, money received was being deposited timely. And for the club expenditures, we were looking to make sure that those ASB dollars were supported, the expenditures were allowable, and of course were approved and went through the proper channels. For the software conversion, this was related to the cumulative conversion. We looked at user access and also inquired with the district, made sure that there were no issues or any troubles with transferring the data over to the new system. For accounts payable, we look at what we call just general disbursements as well as credit card transactions. And for each of those, we're checking to make sure that each transaction was, again, allowable within the district's policy, was supported, and was approved. For use of restricted funds, we looked at professional learning and the local revenue for the enrichment activities. For those, we're just making sure that the dollars were spent in accordance with state law and were for allowable activities. Some additional areas we looked at was compliance with supplemental contracts for enrichment activities, just making sure that those follow the applicable requirements, such as being for 1 year and were for only enrichment activities as well. For apportionment, this was performed by our schools team, and they looked for compliance with certification requirements. So basically, they looked at the selected staff and made sure that they had the respective certifications. These last two are areas that we look at for all of our entity types. So for open public meetings, we're reviewing the minutes, making sure that those are being documented, and that the district is following any executive session requirements. And for financial condition, we're just reviewing for any indicators of financial distress. So as I mentioned earlier, included in the audit report is a very clean audit report, and the district is in compliance with all of those areas. So now I want to thank all district staff that were involved in the audit process. our assisting auditor that did the on-site asset checks, she had to go to multiple buildings, and she said that everybody that she dealt with was extremely friendly and very helpful. So huge thank you to all of those staff involved. And then also I want to shout out Amanda and Raul. They were great throughout the entire audit process, including the financial and the single audit, as well as the accountability audit. Made sure that audit requests and documentation was provided timely. So very appreciative of them. So now I'll go over some quick closing remarks. Audit costs are in alignment with our original estimate, and that should be included on the handout. And then our next audit we have slated for winter of 2026. And again, that'll cover an accountability audit for public resources, a financial statement audit, and a federal programs audit, and that will be for the school year 2025. The estimated cost for that engagement is also provided on the exit packet handout that was provided. And report publication. So our audit reports are published on our website. And if you're not already signed up to be, you can be signed up to be notified via email when those are available on our website. And along with that, the district will receive a survey asking various questions. So we do look at the results of those and try to incorporate any helpful suggestions that into our audit for next time. So we do value any feedback that you can provide. And with that, I think we will open it up to any questions.
Seeing none here. I guess I would just like to say thank you very much for the work. Again, and I said this on the last exit interview, while not surprising, it's always good to hear about the transparency and the good work that is happening in this district. Thank you very much for your work. And then I'd also like to take a moment to thank our team here that helps do get all of the information in a timely manner. So appreciate all of you. Thank you very much for the work on this. And I will turn it back over to Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. I too want to echo those thoughts, in particular to our team. Lots of work being done with several audits each year, for those who don't know, and also to our board for their support. And thank you to our team who conducted the audit.
It is 5:12, and we are adjourning the special meeting of the 2023-2024 Accountability Audit Exit Conference with the Washington State Auditor's Office. We will return at 5:30 p.m. for our work session. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome back. It is now 5:30, and I am calling our work session to order. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a 30-minute communication and public affairs work session. Again, I will take roll call for this session. Please indicate your presence by saying present. Director Gregory?
Present.
Director Song?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Vice President Cook?
Present.
And President Margell, I am here. So I turn this over to Superintendent Villa to kick us off.
Thank you, President Markell, members of the board. I am really excited tonight. I've been excited about what you're going to hear tonight from our communications team, and I'm not going to steal the thunder. I'm just going to turn it right over to Ms. Faith Sisley, our Director of Communications and Public Affairs, who will introduce her team and begin our work session today.
Thank you, Superintendent Vella. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, and Superintendent Vella. I'll introduce Whitley Horace. She is our Assistant Director of Communications and with us to present tonight.
I don't think I got your
I don't think
sound.
your mic's on.
Oh. Is that better?
Yes.
I'm soft-spoken, even though I'm a communications person.
It's not always the loudest voice.
So think about the last time you genuinely felt connected to something larger than yourself. Reflect on that for a second. That is the Kent School District. That is our mission as we strive to prepare each and every student for their future. And we accomplish this mission through communications. Everything we do revolves around communicating with each other, with our students, our families, and our community. It is the invisible thread that stitches one class, one team, one community, all rolled into one KSD. Tonight we'll pull back the curtain on our communications platforms and the passion around our communications team. And we'll show you how 3 national awards, which we're so excited about, wasn't really the destination, but it was a milepost that we garnered on a shared journey. So, starting with One KSD, and why did we launch One KSD? We launched it to celebrate unity and the diversity in our great district. One KSD brings together students, staff, families, and community members together with a shared focus on student growth and success. We celebrate diversity and highlight the strength of our district's diverse voices and experiences. And it reinforces a culture of belonging. It builds connections and fosters stronger relationships, ensuring everyone feels valued and included. It also supports our strategic goals and aligns with our strategic plan to invest in our students through meaningful partnerships and a diverse workforce. So last fall, our small team of 5 communicators, we are a small team for a district of our size, we all committed to sharing One KSD with our staff. And that meant visiting each and every school to hang out with their staff and build relationships and offer them an opportunity to make a bracelet. So each one of you have one, and please wear it or share it with someone who will, because we really want to get the message out of One KSD. If you have your lanyard, if you need a lanyard, let me know. We were able to visit 41 of the 44 schools by the end of winter, and then we moved our focus to the One KSD art contest in the spring. And let me tell you, that was a learning opportunity. We've never facilitated an art contest before, let alone one district-wide, or any contest of any type. So in knowing this, I met with both the Covington and the Kent Arts Commission members and kind of picked their brain on how they ran their big community art contest, and they gave us some really good ideas. I also asked Whitley to run point on the project and to utilize her excellent project management skills. And so we were very successful in pulling off this large-scale art contest. In the beginning, when Whitley and I discussed, like, what are the outcomes, what we'd like to see, we were like, oh, maybe if we could get 25 entries, we'd be really happy. Well, as you can see, we're celebrating 400-plus entries from our students and staff, and we just are really thankful for everybody who participated. I want to mention 24 volunteer judges who agreed to step up, including family, staff, and community members, but they didn't know really what they were getting into. So when the 400 entries came in, they still agreed to stay on board, and they chose 5 winners. So our next steps include framing the winning artwork. As you can see, they're posted all around here, and it just shows the beautiful creativity and the diversity of our great district. But we're going to frame the 5 winning entries and hang them in the hallway and replace some of the artwork that's been here since before me, so that's like 20 years. Not that we don't love it, but let's refresh a little. So that will be our next steps. But while our main focus has been on students in the One KSD initiative this year, we also have other areas of focus, and those include supporting our schools and engaging families. Our North Star is clear, transparent, inclusive communication, and we really focus all of our communications to those 3 tenets. With that focus, we employed a language access specialist this year. We implemented a unified communication platform, and we facilitated a new lockdown communication protocol. So unfortunately, there are crisis events and situations in our district that require communications. These may include anything from weather-related closures to emergency events at schools. And this year, we heard from our families that they would like to hear more communications during a crisis. It had been our previous practice to only communicate after a crisis was over. But knowing the speed of social media and everything, the platforms out there that we have today, we really decided to step up our game and increase communications during a lockdown. And that would be directly from the school. And we heard many thanks from families after we implemented this in January. With the help of our principal leaders, Heidi Maurer and Michael Jackson, we launched these protocols, and families were very thankful to receive these communications that, yes, we may be in a lockdown, but we're keeping our students safe. And then once the lockdown was lifted, a communication went out. We just want to thank those involved who were helping to create that plan and actually roll it out. So district-wide e-newsletters, which means that every month the KSD newsletters are emailed to all district guardian staff and registered voters. First up, we have Bella's Voice, the most highly engaged newsletter in our lineup. Superintendent Bella shares important updates, key decisions, and reflections on issues that matter most to our students, families, and staff. And also the celebrations and great things that are happening inside the classroom. It also shines a spotlight on our partnerships that strengthen our schools. The next is New in the Blue. This is our flagship community newsletter built around our One KSD vision of one class, one team, and one community. And finally, we started Foundations 2 years ago to better inform our community on how bond and levy dollars are used to support students and learning environments. Every newsletter we publish is centered on our commitment to unity, connecting classrooms, teams, and communities to create a stronger, more informed Kent School District. Digital flyer distribution. There were over 3,100 actions taken by our families and staff from the links in our flyers this year. Whether it was finding out more information or linking to an opportunity for children, our community is taking action. This year, there were 1.63 million flyers delivered through our subscribers through our Peach Star platform, which is a free platform to us. That's 1.63 million opportunities to inform, connect, and support our One KSD community. These numbers show when we communicate clearly and consistently, we're not just sending messages, but we're building trust and engagement. As I said earlier, we hired a language access specialist and onboarded that person in the middle of the year. And since that time, we have hired 8 new interpreters. And what's especially noteworthy about this process is these interpreters were selected through a newly implemented, more thorough screening system utilizing Frontline, thanks to our HR friends, and also through the Canvas learning tool. So now we have modules set up that they can go and take their training and get onboarded very quickly, and all this is due to this one person focusing on this important need in our district. So we're trying to support the best possible outcomes for our students and our families and our staff. Next, we've procured the Vasco. So excited about this little device. It looks like a phone, but it's a translation device. And you speak into it, choose your language, and it speaks to the person that you want to communicate with. We have a video, we're not going to show it tonight, but if you want to go on a YouTube channel, it's there if you want to see it. But our language access specialist did some research, and we had looked at all different kinds, and we decided on this. But she was able to negotiate a per device discount of $109 per device, saving the district $65,000 in a total purchase Vascos of $601, I think is our final total. So we're pretty proud of that. We're conducting a strategic launch this summer at the secondary schools where we hope to gather feedback to inform a larger launch later this fall. So please feel free to check out the Vasco. Instructions are right here, very easy to use after our meeting. So moving on to our mailing services, whether it's sending important updates to families, distributing district-wide notices, or simply paying the bills, mail plays a critical role in how we operate. The ability to send and receive mail efficiently is an essential service that supports every school and every team in our district. Our mailroom meters outgoing mail for all schools. This centralized approach ensures accuracy, consistency, and cost control, streamlining what could otherwise be a time-consuming and inconsistent process. We're especially proud of our partnership with the Outreach Program. Through this collaboration, we provide students hands-on job training where they gain real-world skills while contributing to key district operations. And our printing services team, a mighty team, small but mighty. Our centralized print shop is proud to support our schools and departments by producing a wide range of printed materials, anywhere from classroom worksheets to team resources. You name it, they print it, just about. Not only is it convenient because it's right here, it's centralized, but it also provides significant cost savings compared to outside sourcing or site-based printing, which has a slightly higher click rate. And the demand is high. So high, in fact, that we're implementing a brand new printing services online request form this fall, again under the leadership of Whitley, to help streamline the process and help it to be easier to order and to track your order. Right now, it was a 12-step paper process. When I realized that, when I was able to support the team, begin supporting that team, I was enlightened, to say the least, on this process. And so we're excited to begin to roll that out in the fall. We're also proud to support student and staff recognition through our in-house etching services. You may remember, I believe it was the last board meeting that they handed out plaques to the schools for the Washington Recognition Program. Those were made right here in Building F. If you know what Building F is, wander back that direction. And they cost the district $11 to $22, or $11 to $15 per plaque, and then that would be compared to $22 to $47 for an outside vendor. So it is a cost-effective way to both recognize our staff and their accomplishments and our students, because a lot of athletic awards and student awards are also etched. But it's also a cost savings measure. So I want to take a moment to congratulate the communications team for winning 3 national awards this spring. I get emotional because it's such a cool thing. If you look for the medallion in the lower left-hand corner up on the slide deck, that is the Publications and Digital Media of Excellence Award for our KSD Connected magazine, which goes out to over 66,000 families and employees and registered voters in our community. And you may ask, well, what is so big about this? Well, it is the top recognition from the National Public School Relations Association, the premier organization for school communicators nationwide. And Connected, like I said, is mailed to over 66,000 households, putting district news and student profiles and stories into the hands of families who prefer print over pixels. The district graphic designer also completed 260 school design requests, including many flyers, plaques, and posters. Our social media is turning moments into connections. Social media allows us to share timely, accurate information directly with our stakeholders. It can serve as a powerful tool to boost morale, create pride, and foster a positive public image. By sticking to the brand tenets of one KSD, our social media post this year focused on promoting, again, one class, one team, and one community stories district-wide. And finally, social media provides a valuable feedback loop. It gives us insight into parent concerns, community sentiment, and areas for improvement. And speaking of improvements, I want to share that back in 2016, a colleague and I were talking about, wouldn't it be really cool if we had one platform that we could log into and send out all the communications instead of like 6 or 7? Think how cool that would be. Well, I should have invented it. I should have taken that next step and taken that to the, but I did not. But in the last few years, I've learned that other people did take that initiative and invented this software. So I began researching platforms, and we settled on Aptigee with its ThrillShare platform, and we launched it last fall. ThrillShare replaces several tools that we previously used by saving money and time as well. It streamlines our district and school communications, especially on those weather closure mornings when getting the information out quickly is our priority. So what used to take us 30 minutes, if everything logged in correctly, will take us 15 to 20. So we're really excited about this tool. Like I say, you can post to all of our email, voicemail, website, social media. You can text in 57 languages, which we didn't have that capability. Or you can distribute online newsletters in over 100 languages, and we've never had an online newsletter platform that translates. It also created a newsletter. We created a newsletter for every school, branded with their colors and their mascot. So all they have to do is access it and put in their content and send it out, and it's easily accessible by our families. Another tool that we use for classroom communications is called Rooms. And there are approximately 16,000 families in our district, and I'm proud to say that almost 65% of those families are using Rooms, which we've been told is an amazing adoption rate for a district of our size. Our multimedia specialist has been busy this year, producing 30 videos, and with one garnering a National Communications Award of Excellence. And this is for our One Community video. This video showcases how our community comes together to support a student with cutting-edge technology. And we just happen to have the video teed up, so we'll take a couple minutes and just watch this award-winning video.
Hello, my name is Bitwal. I am 20 years old and I am a student at the Outreach program in Kent.
Betwal is an amazing individual. He is kind and funny. He has a great sense of humor. He's a hard worker.
Betwal came to us in spring of 2023, and we were so excited to have him midway through the year, and he was ready to learn and ready to be here, but there were some significant challenges with understanding him, with having him be understood in a workplace, with people that don't know him.
Betwal, with his cerebral palsy, he's had limited ability to control his movement, and so it's affected his ability to just access general education throughout his lifetime.
Within a month, April, May, we were like, we need to get him an eye gaze system. And so after the trial period, I was able to fill out the paperwork at the end of that school year, and in September 2023, he received his first eye gaze system.
With my eye gaze, I am able to make phone calls, receive and send text messages independently, arrange my own access rides to work and for personal trips, check my bank account, and balance my bank register through Excel.
So eye gaze is what we call an alternate access method. So that means if someone can't interact with a laptop or with an iPad using traditional methods, using their hands or using a mouse, we have these special techniques to interact with the device. So eye gaze is one that uses an infrared camera that tracks the individual's eyes, so they can control basically like a mouse on the screen.
Before Betwal got the eye gaze, we would have printed out documents and
I would fill them out for him. I would ask him each question and I would write the answer in the blank. Now that he has the eye gaze, it's literally like a computer. He types the answers in the Word documents on his own, and then we print them.
So this system has really expanded his circles and who he's able to communicate with and what he's able to say to them. It gives him so much more vocabulary, and he can say harder things easier. His body, it's really fatiguing for him to speak. So having this system that he can use his eyes obviously has expanded what he's been able to do.
Welcome to Safeway.
It's been shown that he thoroughly enjoys being able to do things independently without the help of his one-on-ones, such as sending emails and calendar invites. And it's just been a great opportunity to watch him blossom.
Okay. So we'll thank Arnold, our multimedia communication specialist. Next, I'd like to just touch on our volunteers supporting One Community in Action. It is our VIP program, and we treat them like VIPs. It is a centralized process that we have here at the district office, supported by our communications team. With nearly 4,000 approved volunteers across the district, this work is vital, especially during spring and fall field trip season. Getting everybody approved and ready to go on the field trips is of vital importance to our schools. But by using the centralized approach, we are ensured they're properly vetted and able to support our students safely and effectively. So let's move to the website. So ensuring access and accuracy. Last fall, we launched our brand new website through ThrillShare. In addition to improving access for families and staff, this upgrade has gained Kent School District another national recognition with an award of merit from the National School Public Relations Association. It includes 339 web pages across 45 websites. It is very robust. And we actively collaborate with staff to keep these pages current. This year, we completed more than 650 update requests, ensuring that our content stays accurate, timely, and relevant. When it comes to our website, accessibility is not just a checkbox, it's a core value. Whitley, who leads our website operations, is a certified professional in accessibility core competencies, a credential from the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. She is just one of 4,210 certified professionals worldwide. Congratulations. This certification not only demonstrates the personal expertise of our team, but also our district's broader commitment to accessibility aligned with Board Policy and Procedure 4217. So I just want to thank you for entrusting us to communicate to our more than 25,000 students, 16,000 families, 4,000 staff members, and 65,000 households in our community. Communications isn't just a dessert after a great meal, it's the plate that the meal is served on. It holds the meal together. And that's what our communication does for the district. With your partnership, we'll continue to set a table where every voice, every student, every family, community member will have a seat, it will be welcome and included, and will be able to share their story. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the directors?
I have a
Director
few.
Gregory.
They're not bad. I have a suggestion for the pictures. Can we do an online gallery on the website so we can see them all? Like do like a rotating, you put them in and do a rotating gallery so we can see all of them, and then obviously frame the winners, but I'm just making a
I
recommendation.
love the suggestion, and I'd also love to share the cool thing about the One KSD webpage, available at www.ken.k12.wa.us/1KSDart, has the winners and the top 10 art pieces from each category to showcase the students who scored in that high level. And all artwork was published on our social media to drive traffic to Facebook, so you can also access those images from our website going into Facebook.
Fantastic. Okay, so this is a clarification. When there is a lockdown, who gets the text message? So my understanding, I wanted to just clarify, my understanding is it is myself, the caregivers that are listed in the app. So for my case, it's my husband, myself, my husband, and then my sister. We will all get the text message when there's a lockdown, is that correct?
Just to clarify, yourself means as a parent?
I'm sorry, yes, as a parent, I'm sorry. Yes, as a parent. I am a parent in the school district, yes. Okay.
If you don't, let me know.
I have a caregiver, someone that's picking up my child, and I want them to be aware of it without having to, I just add them. Is that how they then would get the communication? An ongoing caregiver. I'm not talking like some, like I'm having Andy pick them up today. That's not what I'm talking. I'm like ongoing for them to be able to see what's going on at the school. We should add them. Is that how they could get that information?
So how that works is we pull 24 hours a day from cumulative. So whatever you have in cumulative as your contacts, that is what Apogee Girls Show will pull, sorry. And so if it's in cumulative, it gets pulled into.
So as we prep for next year, if we want to make sure someone gets that
Yes.
communication, we want to put it in cumulative. Okay. You commented, and this is just clarification, you commented that we have a small team for a district of our size. Do we need more people, or is there, we always want more people, I know that question. But what I'm saying is there a concern that we're not, is there something else we could be doing, or we're maximizing people?
We're maximizing our people. And as I discussed with Dr. Behringer today, we have a whole list of things we want to do next year. And so I was asking him strategically, what can we stop doing that maybe is not as effective that we can start doing?
Something else.
Okay. So, yes.
And just looking at the time that we have 3 minutes, do you mind if I interrupt and see if any of the other directors have questions and then circle back to you?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That sounds good.
Yes.
And quickly, just starting off, I feel like we haven't heard enough about this, and I think these are wonderful accomplishments. And hopefully, we can see some more pride and encouragement being taken upon you guys, because I would have loved to hear more about these updates about all the awards. So incredible work. So thank you guys.
Yeah.
I just had 2 questions. My first question is, in the future, are there plans to integrate any opportunities for students who are interested in mass media and communications to also have opportunities to kind of benefit from the resources that we have here?
I would love to do that. And back in the day, we had interns. I don't know, we haven't been able to do that lately, but we were always out in the schools. And I know Arnold has spoken to several students and shown them different things. And of course, we're open to opportunities to share with our students.
If I may share too,
Yes.
I recently partnered with students at the Kent Meridian Tech Academy. Their final project was working on redoing the content for their website, so where I host on the webpage. So I went and met with them and kind of made their vision a reality, and through that partnership with them, got to represent student voice on the website, and made some really good connections with that school. And I hope to continue that kind of work with students who are taking on projects like that, where I can be a resource and, help bring their voices to life.
Yeah, especially any way to kind of keep up this momentum, since we have our award-winning staff here. I think this would be a great opportunity for them. And then the second one is more of a question that can be answered later. But I also noticed that social media being one of them, I think it's great that we advocate and announce a lot of the social issues, progresses, and acknowledgements that we make. However, what I don't see, not just KSD specific, is what would be the best science or best approaches or practices to following through where certain, content is being attacked. The example I want to use specifically is there were some comments related to our Pride Month. And there were some really awful hate speech and comments, and this followed right after we had students who came to the board to discuss bullying for being LGBT. And so I know we can't respond to each individual, but what does a follow-up look like in responding to some of that type of rhetoric to show the students that we are here to back them up?
Well, we have different social media policy that was also reviewed by our legal team this year to ensure that we were meeting all the guidelines. And after it was brought to our attention, that night that happened, we don't monitor 24/7 because our staff obviously have lives. But the next day, those were, comments were removed. So we do not allow bullying, hate speech, anything like that on our social media.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is 6 PM, so unfortunately, no, it's wonderful. I think that there's a lot of interest around this, and we appreciate the work that went into all of the work on this, and then, of course, the presentation. So congratulations, and thank you very much.
If I may just take 10 seconds. I was recently at a neighboring district's celebration. Notice how I said that? And it was brought up from their communications team, some of the great work our team is doing, and they had heard about these awards. And so we now have folks that want to come and look at our things. What are the things we are doing, and how can they learn from us? So thank you.
Thank you very much. It is now 6 PM, and we are adjourning this work session for a 15-minute executive session. The purpose of the executive session is to discuss the qualifications of applicants for public employment, performance of a public employee, potential litigation, and the legal or financial risk of a course of action. We will return at 6:30. I'm sorry. We will come back at 6:15 to adjourn our executive meeting and return at 6:30 for our regular meeting. Thank you. adjourned at 6:09 PM. We will return at 6:30 PM for our regular session. Thank you. It is 6:30 and we are calling this regular meeting to order. We will first start with a roll call of our board members. Please indicate your presence by saying present. Director Gregory. Present. Director Song.
Present.
Director Clark.
Present.
Vice President Cook.
Present.
And President Margell and myself is here. Director Gregory, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. Welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent Public School District, the Kent School District, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing via our live stream. The purpose of a board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for public hearing topic if there is a public hearing on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the agenda review. Students will be the first to speak on any topic during the student voice portion of the agenda, which takes place immediately following this opening. General public comments from non-students will be heard during preliminary communication from the audience. Any remaining comments, whether from students or non-students, will be heard at specific agenda items and during final communication from the audience. Student comments will be heard first on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abuse of public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must be adhered to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400, Meeting Contact Order, Business, and Quorum. If you're seated in an overflow room, there is a brief delay in the live stream audio, which will allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide the items directly to safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. We are now on to item 1.06, our land acknowledgement. Vice President Cook, will you read our land acknowledgement?
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you very much. We now move on to our agenda review. Superintendent Vela, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Clark, we are adding the following items to the consent agenda. Items 9.16, Carriage Crest Elementary Field Renovation Rebid, bid acceptance and award of contract to Judha of Lion Landscaping and Services. Item 9.17, Cedar Valley Elementary Parking Lot Improvements Project Change, Order Number 2. Item 9.18, Kent Ridge High School D-Wing Remodel Project Change, Order Number 3. And finally, item 9.19, Supplemental Personnel Report.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the agenda with the additions of 9.16, 9.17, 9.18, and 9.19.
A motion's been made and seconded for the approval of the agenda as presented with addition of items 9.16, 9.17, 9.18, and 9.19. We're now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, there's a motion on the floor for the acceptance of the agendas presented with addition of items 9.16, 9.17, 9.18, and 9.19. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye. Aye. The motion passes 5-0. We now move on to our student voice section.
President Margell, we have, I believe, 3 student comments, no online student comments, and no written online student comments.
Thank you very much. I will call names, and I apologize, we have sometimes dull pencils, and it makes it a little hard for me to read. So, Kalia Barakoff? Okay, sorry, I apologize. It is my reading, not your writing. If you could just state your full name first so we have it correctly.
I'm Kalia Barnett. Thank you for having me here today. I don't know your names, I'm sorry. But I'm here today to speak more about the topic I brought up and what more we can do about to help the small but growing community in our district, the LGBTQ plus community. I've gathered data from a foundation called the Trevor Project, and I would love to share some facts with you all. Access to mental health within this community in Washington State. LGBTQ plus youth that wanted care but did not receive care is 54%. 46% of this community of teens wanted care but received care. What does this say about what's being done to protect my fellow students' mental health? Next, mental health. 41% of LGBTQ youth in Washington seriously considered suicide within the past year, including 49% of transgender and non-binary students. 12% of the community committed or attempted suicide in the past year, including 15% of transgender and non-binary youth. 71 LGBTQ youth in Washington have anxiety, symptoms including 75% of transgender and non-binary youth. 56% of youth reported depression symptoms, including 63% of transgender and non-binary youth. What does this say what's being done in schools? My friends in my community are suffering because of the harassment, bullying, rape, sexual assault, and bullying. Well, the slogan you all want to use is equity, community, and excellence. How does this show community? We are told from your website, every student, every day, every voice. This is not true. How does every student have a voice if we are being treated by our fellow peers and teachers that we are less than the average student? Discrimination or assault. So 34% of LGBTQ plus youth experienced threat or harm based on sexual orientation or identity. 85% did not experience this. 10% were threatened with conversion therapy. 85% did not experience or was threatened with conversion therapy, and 5% were subjected to it. 45% of youth identify home as an affirming space, and 49% of teens identify school as an affirming space. 75% of youth had little to no support from families. 25% of youth had less to none support from friends. Did you guys know that the LGBTQ teens are 6 times more likely to experience depression and anxiety disorders? My friends have considered attempted suicide because of students that would not accept or respect our decisions to be ourselves. I'm going to finish this line real quick. I cannot tell you guys a way to handle this, but here as a school board, you guys are here to protect the small community. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is Madeline Latin.
Members of the board, Superintendent Vela, my name is Madeline Latin, and I'm excited to be going into 5th grade next year at Panther Lake Elementary. I want to thank you for letting me speak today. I'm here to talk about outdoor school, something my classmates and I are looking forward to. We've heard stories from older students and how fun and meaningful it is. They learned about nature, science, teamwork, and made memories they'll never forget. We want that same chance. We know that the district has lost grant funding for the overnight outdoor school program. To me, that means we need to get creative and make the full experience happen. Think back to the last time you stepped into something totally new. You didn't fully enjoy it or appreciate it on the first day. I understand that not all families can afford to pay for outdoor school, and that not everyone is able to fundraise. But I also know many families can, like mine. My family is willing to help pay or raise money so that students who can't afford it still get to go. That's willing to help pay or raise money so that students who can't afford it still get to go. That's what equity means to me, when we support each other and make sure no one gets left out. Equity doesn't mean we take away the opportunity from everyone just because some people need help. That's not fair either. It means we work together so everyone gets the same experience, even if we don't all contribute in the same way. If we all care about this program, and I believe we do, then we can find a way to keep it going. Students, families, teachers, and community members can come together. I'm even willing to help with fundraising events or speak to other students about why it's important. Please don't cancel or shorten outdoor school. Give us a chance to learn, grow, and create memories together. We might never have this time in our lives again. Help us keep this special experience for every fifth grader, not just this year, but in the years to come. Thank you for listening and for everything you do for our schools.
Thank you, Madeline. Our next speaker is Molly Latin.
Members of the board, Superintendent Vela, my name is Molly Latin, and I'm also a fifth grader. And yes, I'm a twin. My sister just spoke, and I totally agree with everything she said. But I want to add a little extra. We have shared a room since May 22nd, 2015, the day we were born. That means we've shared a room our entire lives. So when we heard that outdoor school meant separate cabins for a few nights, we were both secretly excited. It would be the first time in almost 11 years we don't have to share a room. But now, because the loss of funding, we might not get to go at all, or it might be shortened. And that's not just disappointing, it's heartbreaking. Outdoor school isn't just a break from your sibling. It's also a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's learning about the environment by actually being in it. It's hands-on learning, teamwork, making new friends, and building independence. I want that chance, and so do my classmates. Some people say fundraising isn't equitable, and I understand that not every family can contribute in the same way. But equity means those who can help should, and that help should make sure everybody gets to go, not cancel it for everybody. My family is willing to contribute and fundraise. A lot of families are. Why not let us help? Let's lift each other up so every fifth grader has the chance, the same awesome outdoor school memory to look back on. Please don't cancel it. Let us find a way to make it happen. And if nothing else, please think of the twins who have been waiting 10 years to sleep in different cabins. Thank you for your time and all the hard choices you will have to make to support all students in the district, not just the fifth graders.
Thank you very much, Molly. We now move on to our next section, 3.0, and I call upon Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. Each year I have the opportunity as Secretary of the Board and Superintendent to acknowledge our board. This is that time. And before I start, I want our board members to just reflect on this year, reflect on some of the things that we've done together as a whole, as I share with you my recognition. So as we close out the year, this moment is to express my gratitude as superintendent to our school board. It's been a year filled with both challenges and opportunities, which have been met with hope and resilience. The board's continued leadership and advocacy have helped shape the path forward for our students, staff, and our families. We've celebrated new initiatives, navigated difficult decisions, and continued the important work of advancing equity, access, and excellence through the policy work. And just last week, we witnessed hundreds of students walk across the graduation stages, a powerful and emotional reminder that everything we do is ultimately for them. Their success is the culmination of our collective effort and our shared why. Thank you for engaging in thoughtful dialogue, for asking hard questions, and for remaining committed to the work. Your role in governance has been essential to the progress we've made in achieving the goals laid out in our strategic plan. From championing equity to supporting the launch of One KSD to celebrating our Employees of the Year, your belief in our mission is felt in every classroom, in every corner of the district. We are especially grateful for your steadfast financial advocacy and support to maintain fiscal stability. Together, our goal is to protect educational quality while ensuring long-term financial health. KSD has a strong record of financial stewardship with clean state audits, one of which we heard today, and a solid S&P Global credit rating. Even though financial challenges and uncertainty in our nation are real, so is our resilience and determination. Thank you for remaining steadfast in your commitment to keeping our students safe in the face of continued uncertainty. We are one class, one team, and one community, united as one KSD in our shared purpose to equip our students to be future-ready global citizens. As we transition into summer and begin preparations for the year ahead of us, I want to acknowledge the time and energy you continue to give in service of our district. And let's be honest, anyone who willingly signs up for public service and the many meetings that come along with it deserves an extra round of applause. Please join me. Thank you. So in addition to that, on behalf of our more than 25,000 students, 4,000 staff members, and community, thank you. Thank you for your partnership, leadership, and your belief in what is possible for every student in the Kent School District. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela. We now move on to a presentation from Springbrook Elementary on the Springbrook Elementary Art Project.
Thank you. And as they make their way up to the podium, I'd like to invite Dr. Kim, our Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, to tee up our presentation today. I'm really excited. I've had the opportunity just to see what they have for you tonight. Again, I will not steal that thunder. Dr. Kim.
President Margell, Board Directors, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Hawley. Good evening. I have the privilege and honor of introducing this amazing team from Springbrook Elementary, Principal Lloyd, Assistant Principal Ms. Couch, and Mr. Coates, Academic Interventionist. They have an exciting art project to share with you. And I think what's most important is that it's made with the hands, hearts, and minds of our beautiful students at Springbrook Elementary. So I will have them share this project, and we will have a photo opportunity at the end.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela. I am Arnedra Lloyd. I'm the proud principal of Springbrook Elementary School, and I want to sincerely thank you for recognizing the voices and creativity of our students. I've brought with me Assistant Principal Lisa Couch and our academic interventionist, Coleman Coates, and what you see is their artwork. It's more than just color and composition, it's a reflection of the hope, their belonging, and their belief in something greater than me, my, I, self. It's all of us. And so it's guided by Mr. Coates. He is a professional, as you can see, the many different skills that our staff have. And our students, they embrace the challenge of representing what hope means to them. How it lives in our classroom, shows up in our relationships, and shapes their dreams for the future. We are especially grateful for Dr. Steiner and for also Principal Stollard for tapping us on the shoulder to join in understanding about the research behind hope. And we all walked together, our different school communities, and we learned about this concept. So I think that's a great example of 1KSD. We are reminded that when we ground our work in purpose and possibility, we transform just how students learn and how they live. At Springbrook, we are deeply committed to creating a school environment where every staff member, every child, every family, they feel and they are seen, heard, and valued and recognized and welcomed in our school community. Our students are the reason we show up ready each day. They are the heart of every decision we make and the inspiration behind the constant pursuit of excellence. This experience also reinforces the extraordinary power of unity. When we come together with the shared mission, a clear vision, and a collective commitment to our students, we move as one. And when we move as one, we create conditions where students don't just make progress, they thrive. Because when students feel safe, supported, and loved, accelerated learning becomes not just a goal, but a reality. And I'm proud to say that is one reality that we are living at Springbrook Elementary School. So thank you again for honoring our students tonight and for championing what it truly means to be 1KSD in action. I'm going to let Mr. Coates talk about the painting.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela. My name is Coleman Coates, and I'm the academic interventionist at Springbrook Elementary, but I'm also an artist. And I just wanted to share a little bit about the actual project. It was a lot of fun. It was an idea that actually started last fall when our staff was working on Hope. But of course, like any creative project, it took on several iterations before this final version appeared. The main scene is actually based on a Monet painting from 1881 titled The Artist's Garden at Vetuol. The style is, of course, Impressionism with its loose brushstrokes and bright colors. And so I actually went into each classroom from kindergarten all the way to 5th grade and taught a mini lesson about the Impressionists and how they focused on capturing the moment of light, like at certain times of day or certain seasons. So you see a lot of that in Impressionist work. And also that the brushstrokes are very quick and they're not overdone. So it kind of lends itself to having the students do this. And after the mini lesson, each student was given a small circular canvas piece of cloth, and each class actually had a specific color scheme. So for example, some classes had like blues and whites, and some had yellows and oranges, and some were greens and oranges, and it was all planned out that way. And the students had a lot of fun. In fact, many of the students afterwards, when they're washing the paintbrushes, they would just say, "Oh, I love doing this. Can we do more?" And then they would start telling me about projects that they were doing at home and paintings. And it just became this real connection with the students through this art project. So once I had all the students' circles, and there's actually over 300 circles in the painting, I glued them to the giant canvas, incorporating them into the scene. So if you look closely, if you get a chance to look closely, you'll see some of the circles that are blue in the sky, and you'll see some that are the greens and light greens in the grass and the leaves, and you'll see some that are even part of the four vases. They kind of match into it, so it's kind of blends in nicely. And of course, there are circles that go around the border that fit the color scheme. And of course, another special thing about this painting is that one of the circles was painted by a student whose brother passed away this year. So she painted one for him, and it's actually included in the painting. I want to thank you, the board, for the opportunity to share the art today. I also want to thank Principal Lloyd and Assistant Principal Couch for all their support along the way. Project was a lot of fun. Kids had a lot of fun. They loved to go up and point to their circle that they remember painting, and every student felt connected to this project and its positive message of hope. Thank you.
Hello, President Margol and members of the board, and also Superintendent Vela. I had the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about our journey, and we're going to show some slides of our just incredible students. And this last year, something truly meaningful came into focus for us at Springbrook. Not just a new strategy or a framework, but a belief that really has shifted how we see ourselves working with our kids. We discovered something powerful, that hope does matter. And maybe even more importantly, we learned that hope isn't something you either have or you don't have. It's a choice. It's something that can be learned, and it's something that we pass on to others. And that's a big deal, especially for our kids. We've come to understand at Springbrook that hope theory is more than a nice idea. It's a science behind how people, kids and adults, move toward success. It's about being able to set goals, figure out a way to get there, and find the motivation to keep going even when it's hard. And the best part, it's a skill. And that means we can teach it, we can model it, and we can grow it together. So what does that mean for us at Springbrook? It means that hope isn't just something that we give to kids, it's something that we build with them. And at Springbrook, we're building a place where every child walks through our doors and hears, whether in words or in actions, we believe in you, you matter, you're capable of great things. This is who we are, and this is where we're going, because at Springbrook, all children are capable of success, no exceptions, because hope grows here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that we're going to take a quick photo before you leave, if you don't mind. And are we going to be able to do it in front of the artwork?
I think Mr. Coates, maybe, yeah, that would be great. Just to, if, not sure if we can move it, he will know if we can move it, but we'll try. But I just wanted to take a moment
Put right here.
to thank you,
It's
Mr.
the
Coates
center.
and team, for your presentation. We'll go with the picture now.
as we get the artwork back in place and everybody back in their seats, just wanted to say thank you very much to Mr. Coates. He reached out to me to celebrate his school, and this is really what I envisioned when we added the student voice section, is that we want to celebrate all the amazing things that happen throughout our district and really make sure that we are focusing on our students and the amazing people that they are. So thank you for reaching out, and I'd also like to shout out to Ms. Antello for arranging to have Springbrook come here, and thank you very much for Springbrook for sharing this amazing work with us. So we look forward to seeing it at your school. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I was very excited about the fact that I knew one of the presenters today. She was a teacher of mine when I was at Covington Elementary. I know that was ages and ages ago, but Ms. Couch was one of the teachers while I was there, and I just wanted to say that was very exciting.
Thank you. We have one more section. We have the budget? Yeah. Okay, great. We now move on to section 4.02, our 2025-2026 final budget presentation, and I call upon Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to call upon Mr. Raul Perengua, our Executive Director of Finance, to highlight the updates since the June 11th work session, as you recall, presentation at a public hearing.
President Margell, member of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Hawley, good evening. Tonight, we're going to be providing you a short presentation. This is a similar presentation that we presented on June 11, and we will be highlighting the slides that had some changes on it. We might skip on some slides that had no change, and so we will spend a little bit more time on the areas that we discovered some changes. But before I do that, I think the previous presentation actually makes us energized why we're coming to work every day. So it's just quite inspiring. So with that, this is the same agenda that we had at the last board meeting. I'm not going to go over all of them. Here, these are the sequence of events that happened since we started the budget development. It started in the fall. And I just added here the events that happened on June 11, the work session that we had. We discussed the details of the proposed budget. We repeated that at the regular session. And the board held a public hearing, which there were nobody from the public who spoke at the public hearing. I would like to add two dates into this slide. One was on May 22nd. The board participated in the exit meeting for our audit, financial and single audit, which was highlighted that there is no audit findings. It's a clean audit for our financial and single audit. Tonight, the board also heard from our auditor about our accountability audit. Yet again, clean and no audit findings. We garnered the reputation of being a low-risk auditee for being able to submit the budget on time and also no audit findings for the last two consecutive years. So just worth highlighting those accomplishments. By the way, I forgot to mention that I have Ms. Lisa Tyler here with me who will be assisting me in the presentation and also answering some questions. She's our Director of Budget. This is the recap of the state budget. It's the same one that we presented last time. I just like to focus on the outdoor education, which is a topic that I also mentioned at the last meeting. Today we heard from the students. I was deeply touched by the testimony from our two students. It is and I just want to highlight some of the things that they mentioned. The student mentioned about not everyone can help financially, but for those who can help, please help. Just want to be able to call that out. The other one is that the children recognize making difficult decisions, the board making difficult decisions in this situation. And why we're here is because the state cut our budget by $800,000. The cost of implementing special education is about $870,000 for a 3-day outdoor ed. So the state funds 800, the district pays 70,000 towards that. Well, this time they're cutting 800, and it's the majority, it's almost all of the amounts that we use for outdoor ed. What we have in the proposed budget is about $338,000, which is at this time, the equivalent of 1-day extended outdoor education. Recognizing that we are continue to explore ideas on how to be able to add days into it, if we can. And so just because $338,000 is in the budget, we have an opportunity to be able to continue to explore ideas so that we may add more days into it. Why are we here? It's because of this cut from the state, but not only that, the federal government is threatening us to be able to cut about $3.5 million to about $17 million, which is the entirety of our Title I funds. Right now, the proposed budget includes all those amounts in order for us to be able to balance the budget. But we are still in the uncertain situation that we might not be able to get those funds. Additionally, with all the executive orders that we're hearing, the enrollment projection that we had presented to you in the past might not be the case. It might not be flat. It might be lower than what we anticipated. And so again, there will be some negative impact into our financial situation. Here are the statute that is requiring us to adopt the budget. The first one is RCW 28A505040, which just requires for us to submit our proposed budget to the ESD for them to provide comments and review our budget before July 10th. That has been accomplished. We have submitted our budget to the county. They gave us the stamp of approval without any adjustments. And so what is being presented to you tonight has been reviewed and commented by the county, by the ESD. 28A505050 requires that we publish the public hearing, and we did May 23rd, May 30th, and June 6th. The board held a public hearing on June 11th. And then the next one is 28A505060, which is the adoption of the budget. And so at the agenda tonight, there is a resolution number, I believe it's 1697, where the board will be able to adopt the budget as presented. I mentioned that we're going to highlight some of the changes. So this slide right here has changed a little bit. What we discovered was because of the increase or the enrollment and the formula in the calculation of the CTE funds, we discovered that we garner additional revenue for CTE. Well, likewise, because it's a CTE funds, we have to increase the expenditures about the same amount. And so you'll notice that the result is the same, it's 14.9 million deficit for 25-26, which would result in about 7.3% of unassigned ending fund balance. The board policy is 5%, and so we're still above the 7.3%, above the threshold. But wait, when we do the forecast, we will show you what would happen in the next succeeding years, because not only that we have to look at the current year, we also have to look at the next 3 years. This slide did not change. This is the enrollment that I referred to. Although you're seeing a flat enrollment in the next 3 years or next 4 years, it may not be the case. And so we still yet to find out what would happen in September. This slide did not change. The number of students we have in our program with special education, multilingual education, CT, and Running Start, they were the same as the last presentation. This slide is also the same, but I just would like to highlight that when we tally all our FTE, the biggest increase that we have for 25-26 is in the special education area and also in the categorical area. And for the reason that we added staff in the categorical area, like building family liaisons, social workers, and behavior interventionists. The increases in the support services are mainly because of the additional bus drivers and nutrition services staff. And it's important to highlight the staffing all the labor costs makes up about 80% of our budget. This slide remains the same, just showing that the underfunding from the state, particularly in our staffing formula, is underfunded by about $65 million. This slide slightly changed because of the change in revenue, but the total amount remains. It's $555.6 million is the proposed revenue for 25-26. Just want to highlight the transfers because it has an increase of 383%. I want to take this opportunity to thank our voters for passing the capital and technology levy. That actually is helping the general fund by approximately $3.6 million. It is because we are now able to pay the subscription, software subscription, through the tech levy rather than paying by the general fund. This slide also remains approximately the same with some slight changes in the revenue. So as this one, and the expenditure changed slightly, but the takeaway is still the same. The biggest increase in our expenditure is in the special education area because of the increase in enrollment. This one slightly changed again because of the change in the revenue and expenditure, but then here we show the expenditure a little differently by grouping all our salaries and benefits. And so out of the $570 million proposed budget or expenditure, $454 million of that is salaries and benefits, which is made up of approximately 80% of the budget. This one has changed also, but the takeaway is the same. The state funds us for MSOC, which is about $41 million. The district spends $71 million in MSOC, which is underfunded by about $31 million. And this slide also has changed a little bit, again, because of the changes in revenue and expenditure. But the takeaway here is still the same. $131 million that is underfunded, overall underfunded by the state between the over formula, MSOC, highly capable, multilingual education, transportation. All that amounts adds up to about $131 million. And our community is the one actually funding this because they're providing us about $80.4 million in EP&O levy, which is made up of about 61.3%. Now, there is still about 39% that is not covered, and this is why it is very critical for us to be able to find ways to be able to save money in order for us to cover some of those amounts, because we're taking them from the ending fund balance to address the shortfall. And so this is just the same as the first slide. But then I mentioned that the budget is 25-26, but we have to look at what it's going to look like in the next 3 years, up until 28-29. These are the assumptions that we use. And forecast is simply assumptions. I'll start with enrollment. This is our best guess for our enrollment today. This number might not be the case by the time we recalibrate this. And so based on this information and all the IPD that was provided to us by the state and the class sizes, and also some of the collective bargaining agreement that is currently in place, we were able to put together a forecast. But on the last one right here, I added the EP&O levy. It is important to note that our EP&O levy, our current EP&O levy, is going to expire on December 31, 2027. In our forecast, we assume that we're going to continue to get EP&O levy. And again, that is a big assumption. We would like to continue to get support from our community to be able to pass the levy before 2027. But I just want to let you know that the forecast that you're going to see includes $80 million every year thereafter, assuming that the levy will pass. And so this is the outcome of the forecast. It's almost similar to the previous one that was presented, but the takeaway is the same. So currently, we're projecting about $14.9 million in deficit, and then yearly thereafter, you see it's growing up to 17.5, 18.7, and then $20 million in deficit. leading us into draining our ending fund balance to negative 14.4 million, or about negative 2.4%. Certainly way, way below the threshold. And so in order for us to be able to rectify this, we need to figure out ways to balance our budget in the next 4 years. And so this next slide is the same as the previous one, except that you notice the 3 lines called Budget Balancing Solution Year 1, Year 2, and Year 3. And simply what it is if we assume that we're going to make budget balancing solution of 7.5 million every year for the next 3 years, starting in 26-27, 7.5 million in 27-28, and another 7.5 in 28-29. And by the way, it's not the same 7.5, it's one on top of each other, and they are permanent solutions. And that could be a combination of 3 things. Implementing efficiencies, increasing our revenues in one way, shape, or form, and finally, reducing our expenditure. In times like this, we're planning to do some budget balancing solution of this magnitude. The first 7.5 million might be doable. The second 7.5 is going to be harder. And then the next 7.5 would be much, much harder. Now at that point, we're really getting to the bones of the district's budget. If we do this, we will achieve a 5.3% ending fund balance, which is just at the threshold or the minimum ending fund balance that we want to achieve. And we will be able to attain a balanced budget, a true balanced budget in 28-29, which is revenue equals expenditure. And so, but then again, it would be crucial that we start making those changes. At the executive cabinet, we started talking about or planning on what that's going to look like. Tonight, I'm not going to be able to share with you what the makeup of that 7.5 million, but I could tell you that the planning, even today, we're starting talking about what would that look like? What are we going to be looking at? How are we going to be able to balance this? Because it's very, very critical that we do this. Now, again, the assumption on this is that the federal government, the assumption here is all the federal funds will be the same as it was. Imagine how this forecast is going to look like if we lose $17 million every year for the next 4 years. We also have other funds in the district, capital projects, debt services, associated student body fund, and transportation vehicle. This is just showing all the revenues, expenditures, and the estimated ending fund balance. And part of the discussion that I mentioned about the executive cabinet is to look at the board budget priorities and how are we going to be able to analyze every single one of this and make this as part of the 26-27 budget proposal. And so in terms of next steps, tonight we are doing this presentation, but at the agenda tonight there is a resolution which would ask you, the board, to approve so that we could then move forward and start planning for 25-26. That concludes our report. Thank you.
Much. I did want to start with a question that has been brought up quite a bit from our community is about outdoor education. We know that we have a budget here that is a deficit budget. We're getting to the place of closer and closer to that 5% reserve funds, which is, just remind that 2 weeks of expenditures that allows us. So what does that look like for allowing ASBs to be able to continue to fundraise to provide for those additional days? How much time do they have before we have to, sign the contract and make it so we have to make a line in the sand? Because I'm sure that there's a point, right, when that has to be done by. So also knowing that and we heard this from our students, equity is so important, right? And it's not just one school or two schools that can do it, but making sure that when we're collecting funds, we're collecting it for the district, so all of our fifth graders will be able to experience outdoor education in the same way. And so what does that look like to be able to get that $1 million difference that we're looking for?
So there are a couple of efforts that we're looking at right now. I think the first that comes to mind is what I mentioned at the last board meeting, which is our effort to maximize the use of our credit cards, so much so that we could garner rebates. Typically, we get about $65,000 a year for rebate. Recently, we have been using it quite more and more, and for every $100,000 that we charge on it, we get about 2%. And so I think the other day we just charged about $4 million to it, and so we're making good strides in increasing our credit card rebate. The other thing that we are discussing is to work very closely with our foundation to see if the foundation might be willing to support us. The earlier mentioned about the fundraising, and so I think that is also an area that we're looking at. But the fundraising is, like the student mentioned, it has to be for everybody. It's not like school by school, and some schools who has it could go. It's not like that. It will be district-wide so that all the students will be able to have the same experience. And so there are a few others. Part of that also is to work with the camp themselves and see if they are able to lower down their pricing and so on. You mentioned something about when do we need to commit. I think mid-July is when they wanted us to make commitments. At this time, we are booked for 1 day extended. They are open to adding a day on it, but then we need to be able to inform them sooner rather than later for us not to lose the spot.
Okay, thank you.
So going along those same lines, I understand that we have the opportunity and the capacity to be able to fundraise, even if that goalpost is pushed forward a little bit and we get a little bit more time. However, maximizing credit cards, putting us into further deficits and debt, what is that going to look like for subsequent years, looking into next year, the year after? Because if we truly want to talk about equity, sure, we can put in these efforts, put ourselves in debt. I'm also thinking about the interest that's going to be accrued on all these payments, the uncertainties with additional fundings and revenue that we may or may not be getting. So what would that look like for years beyond this?
Yeah, well, what our effort today is we're going to take it year by year. This year, those are the efforts that we have. As we start 25, 26, there may be many things that could happen. Federal funds are going to be decided at that point. If the federal government truly cut us $17 million, then our problem is going to be much bigger, and we have to reshuffle our priorities at that point. And so what I could say is that as we make all these efforts, this is a year-by-year situation. And even if we are able to come up with a solution to just, for example, let's say we're able to bring the outdoor education to the same level as it was, it still is a one-year deal. We're going to need to figure out another source of funding for the succeeding years. Unless, of course, there are some donors who would be willing to do that more regularly. But at this time, the only solution we have is for 1 year.
Okay. And then I guess the other question that I had along with that was, with the 5.3%, that's roughly about 2 weeks of operation. If we're looking at using any kind of flexibility with the board putting through, say, just hypothetically, approvals to reduce that for a temporary amount of time to help offset some of those costs, especially as some of the federal funds are still unpredictable at this time. 2 weeks, cutting that in half or maybe even less than half. What do you have just a rough estimate of what those figures could also look like?
Meaning to make it 2.5%?
No, like higher than that, but going from 5.3 to 4.5.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
For every 5%, it's more or less about 28 million. And so you're looking at about, for a 10% would be about 56 million would be the ending fund balance that we need to maintain. It's about 28 million. And so another way of looking at it is a 58 million or 56 million in this case would more or less be about 4 to 4.5 weeks of operation for the district. Our burn rate in the district is approximately 45 million a month.
Talking about going below, so that would be going against our board policy. Would that potentially affect our bond rating and our ability to borrow funds at a good rate in the future?
That is a very good point. One of the things that S&P and Moody's are looking at is really our how we do our financial management. What is our ability to be able to, what I showed about 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, that would be seen favorably by the S&P and Moody's for credit rating. But then the next question is, how feasible is it for you to be able to do that? And they're going to ask for a lot of details. They're going to look for a collective bargaining agreement. They're going to ask for areas of the budget that could be reduced to be able to get to that. And so, to your point, if depending on what we do with the ending fund balance, 5%, 7.5%, 10%, or 2.5%, that has a direct impact into the credit rating in the future. And knowing that we are also positioning ourselves at this time to be able to get a bond down the road, it is really important for us to be able to maintain a good credit rating. The two of which that we've demonstrated in the last 2 weeks is our clean audit finding. That is one area that they're going to look at and say, are you managing your finances properly? And audit report is one of the things that they're looking at to demonstrate that.
And so going below our board policy for our funds availability, our liquidity would not only jeopardize those clean audits, then that would have a adverse impact on our ability long-term for bond ratings.
That is correct. And we also have to remember the layers of uncertainty that is ahead of us. Let's just say we look into a 2.5%, or let's say even 3%. We get, if you notice on the financial report that is submitted tonight on the information item, I made a comment on it that our special education program is overspending by about $10 million to date. Now, we planned well. We tried to estimate the best that we could during this time of year, but we don't know which students are going to show up into our door in September, and we might be faced with those type of emergencies that we need to add budget into our books. Another one is, I mentioned about the aging facilities. We have about 25 buildings that are out of their shelf life right now. Some of those facilities are going to start to break. We, out of necessity, put $2.3 million in the budget, in this proposed budget, in the hopes that we could prolong the life of those facilities. If not, we're going to tap into those 2.3. And if I were to ask our facilities department, they're going to tell me that the needs, 5-year needs, the first year out of the 5-year need is about $30 million. We set aside $2.3 million to address those things. And so the goal, the challenge for our facilities team is how to be able to prolong the life of those so that we don't need to spend the money.
Thank you.
We've heard in the news from our other districts around the country, Title III funding has been frozen. So they're applying for the money, it's open, but they're not receiving the money. How much is Title III roughly for us right now? That we will, which means we most likely will not get Title III based on what other people are facing.
We get about $900,000 every year for Title III, a much needed dollar for our student population.
Yes.
Director Clark?
No, I'll pass.
Director Cook?
So is it your contention that this is the only program that we would be funding with the 500,000 additional money that would cause that sort of reaction from the credit rating agencies. There's no other program that we are paying for that would also cause the same thing. Am I understanding that correct?
Well, I mentioned earlier about the uncertainties of other program, two of which was the special education and our facilities. We took the best shot of calculating what the special education cost and our facilities, but recognizing that there are uncertainties because we don't know what is ahead of us. And so that could also potentially get us into the same situation.
Okay, that didn't really answer my question, though. My question, if I can restate it here, maybe a little bit differently, the amount that we are looking at is an additional 500,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that 500,000 that we're spending, is there anything else in our budget that would be a line item that would be similar to this and would cause our credit rating to decrease in the same fashion as doing this would?
Not that I could think of at this time.
But if we don't get, I'm sorry to interrupt, I want to clarify something. If we don't get the Title III funding, that will drop us $900,000, correct?
Correct.
So that would have to be taken out of that fund, and therefore that would be the similar line item. And we know right now the $900,000 is being held back from other school districts.
Yeah, and I think at the last board meeting, I also reported that not only Title III, but Title II, Title IV are all combined with all 14 others. And the federal government is proposing to cut 70% of all those combined. Now, so when you mention Title III, we also need to include Title II, which we get over $2 million a year.
Right.
We need to include Title IV, which we get almost $800,000 a year.
So it's total about $3.5 million for those projects. But currently, based on what we're hearing from other school districts across the nation, only Title III right now is the one that is being held. They are not getting the funds for that line item.
Yeah, that is correct. And my contention is that if they could do that on Title III, what precludes them from doing them on Title II and Title IV?
Okay.
And if I may, just for the record, the other one that's included besides Title III is Title I, Part C, and that's for migrant education. And that impacts a number of districts around the state, and so I just wanted to add that in that piece.
I also feel like that there was a little bit of a confusion of different terms on this one. So we're talking about this year's budget, and we're looking at right now fund balance of where it's at currently. And we are not, even with the deficit balance that we're looking at, this year we're not going to be below that board required 5%, assuming, right, that, you know, that we have the 17 million and the other funds that we have in our different title funds and, you know, any other unexpected expenses on there, right? What really would affect, my understanding to your answer earlier, affects bond rating is when you're going below that board requirement, our board policy of the 5%, which that's what we're looking at, spending that down with the deficit budget over the next couple of years. But I think maybe what the confusion in the question was is that this is the only line item specifically from the state legislature that was removed from prior years, right? That specifically it was the outdoor education, 800,000, that was removed, and that was the major change of the budget from prior years.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think a lot of us are just asking these questions because we have heard the comments about fifth grade camp. We understand the importance, the value, and the memories that it does bring. However, we also have to approach this from the perspective that as a school district, we're not a revenue generating operation. And so I also don't want to look at the budget as a perspective of just shifting money around, right? We're going to be taking it from another pot, moving it here. As much as I want fifth grade camp, I also want to look at the longevity and sustainability of what the plan looks like. And so that's why I was asking those questions of looking into all these possibilities of what would that do. And I think you did a great job with explaining that cascading effect of what we might see. So I guess not to end my comments on like a grim note, but looking at this from just a practical perspective in this point of time, does fifth grade camp seem like a possibility even with the additional efforts of fundraising and trying to garner community supports?
Yeah, I mean, that is still a good possibility that we could do that. And one thing that I didn't mention, glad that I remember it, we still yet to close the books. And close the books for 24-25. If you recall, last year, we closed the books and we were able to garner some unspent money on it, a pretty sizable amount. And when I made a comment that we are exploring every ideas to be able to make it possible, one of which is waiting until we close the books for the year. And if we are able to garner savings, we may be able to make it possible. And so if you allow us to look for it and give us some time to be able to look at it, we will put our heads together to be able to make it happen.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely. It sounds like, could this be like another work session that we have coming
Yeah.
up sooner?
So I wanted to first thank you for that question/statement. You've heard me say, and Mr. Permar say, we are doing everything. My team is doing everything to make sure that we have at least a 1 day, that's an extended, by the way, and multiple days, depending on revenue, as you heard, not to repeat everything. And yes, it is a possibility. And I feel confident that, as you heard, the audits and those pieces, both long-term and short-term, that I believe that not only for that program, but for what we need to continue to offer our kids moving forward and making the decisions together as a board superintendent governance team to continue to do that.
So on that topic, you're saying that this would impact our credit rating possibly. Is that the case for next year?
For 25-26. Possible, but we are not. We are not yet ready to go into a credit rating environment in 25-26. If we're going to be going for a bond in 2028, couple of months after a successful election is when we're going to be needing to go for a bond rating, and that is in possibly in the early 2029.
Okay. And so, but for next year, it shows currently that the proposed budget is going to have an unassigned ending fund balance of 7.3%. Is that, if we were to increase that budget by an additional 500,000, would that bring us below the 5% policy that President Margell was speaking to?
No, it won't, but it will have a domino effect on the out years. And just remember that when we go for credit rating, not only that they're looking at the current +3, they're also looking backwards and looking at how you did your financial management in the past couple of years. And so while this is still yet to happen, what we do today and what we do in the previous year matters to the credit rating. They're really digging deeper into our financial management and looking at how good are we in being able to balance the budget and maintain above the threshold.
So with our last levy that we passed, which thank you to our voters for doing so, we had to reduce it by roughly half of what we wanted, correct? So that's a $60 million loss that we would otherwise have if we had been able to pass it beforehand. And if our community wants this done, which is what they're telling us, I have yet to see any email or communication come to me, I don't know if any other board member has, that is suggesting we don't do it. Every single communication that I've seen so far has been to increase the spend to do the 3-day camp. And if this is the kind of way that we are going to thank our community for providing us that money, I am very concerned that that could lead them to think that it's not worth spending money on our district going forward, which is how they felt before, because they did not approve it before. And this is roughly a minuscule amount. I mean, you're talking about less than 1% of the total of that $60 million that we were unable to do. And if we're able to engender some trust and some goodwill from our community by passing things like this, by pushing forward things that our community has stated vehemently that they want, I worry that that's going to harm us more. And does that $60 million deficit that we had in comparison to what we originally had wanted to get, as well as the bond failure, do either of those things come into play? And would they not be far more problematic as far as our credit rating, considering the incredible dollar amount of those failed levies and bonds that we've had in the past?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. And the reduction of $60 million in our levy, as a matter of fact, is actually affecting our general fund right now. This is the very reason why we put $2.3 million in deferred maintenance, is because we don't have enough levy dollars to be able to address all the things that are needed in our facilities. And so while I understand what you're saying about the community, I also feel like the not being able to generate sufficient dollars for the cap and tech levy generated additional expenditure in the general fund. As a matter of fact, when we closed the books last year prior to the election, we designated about $26.9 million in a deferred maintenance because we didn't know exactly what the outcome of the election was. And so to your point, yes, I understand about how to be able to appreciate the community, but at the same time, the lack of those $60 million added expenditures in the current and the out years to be able to address the need of the facilities.
Okay, I understand that, but that feels to me like punishment for our community for then passing the $60 million, which seems to me very difficult to address in that way. And my concern again is that our community is asking for this, and we're essentially saying we know better, and that the fact that our fund balance is where it is not going to suffice for us to do what the community is asking us to do. And with the amount that this is changing, as far as I can tell, the numbers that we have here are pretty small. The amount that this would change our ending fund balance would be an increase of roughly 1.3%. The increase in our deficit altogether for 25-26 would be a 3.7% increase. To me, that seems worth it to try to ensure that equity is done for the kids of 25-26. If they are able to come up with the money in some other fashion, and we don't provide that for the 25-26 school year for valid reasons like are being brought up here, and yet our community says it's important enough to us to get it for 26-27, and they actually pull together and get the money together for it. Now we're looking at those now sixth graders and saying, sorry, I know we speak a lot about equity, but it didn't work out for you. But everyone else will get it, so it's okay. And to me, that feels like we speak equity, but we aren't acting equity. And that's my bigger worry, is that because we're showing these types of things, it's leading our community to not trust in us to make good, solid decisions, especially when every dollar that comes here, every single one, is coming from our community. Whether it's federal, whether it's state, whether it's local taxes, every single dollar that we have in the Kent School District is because of our community providing it to us. Am I wrong in that?
Well, no, you're right, that these are all tax dollars. Yes.
And as far as that goes, those tax dollars are coming from us. It's not coming from some other place. We are a net giver as far as the state of Washington, not a net taker from the federal government. And the money that comes back here isn't coming as something coming from Seattle or Kirkland or Bellevue or something like that, correct?
Vice President Cook, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Point taken. I would also add that the community also bestows upon us as Board Superintendent Governance team to make sure that we're fiscally solvent moving forward. And so that's one. The other one is, I hope, I'm going to restate it again, it is not that we're not going to provide something in this budget that the board adopts. In fact, we're going to we continue to do that work to fund multiple days. I just want to make sure I stated that.
Yeah.
So it's not no, we're not doing anything. And that is a goal. So I wanted to point that out. President Margot, go ahead.
No, and I would, if I also just made, because this is comment, those who are graduating in, 26, 25, 24, no, sorry, 26, 27, 28, and 29, none of those students also had sixth grade camp. I'm sure or because it was sixth grade camp at the time, and many before that. We've only had this program for 2 years.
Yeah,
Director
I know.
Clark.
Well, I can also state that that's not true in the fact that my own child is part of that group who did go to camp. And she was not part of this program, granted, but that speaks to the inequity that KSD was doing prior to my joining the board. And so us working towards equity should be us looking forward, not looking back and saying, because we were inequitable before, we should continue being inequitable. That seems like a poor way to move forward to me.
I agree. Sustainability and equity are a driving force in what we have. Director Clark.
I'm troubled in what we are trying to do right now is simply send a statement to the state, this is where we're headed. The superintendent has already expressed, and I think everybody here would like to see outdoor education continue. But getting back to your tax equity, I'm a little troubled because I remind you at the last meeting, I expressed that the current federal budget being discussed right now gave some neutrality for this coming school year and nothing for the following years. So the risk is extremely high to start to dig into money when in fact our basic sources are somewhat threatened at this point.
Agree.
Then my concern there is if we're saying that, why are we spending the $300,000 in the first place? If we're saying that we're so strapped that we can't add that extra $500,000, that $300,000 is okay? Like that to me seems a little off.
The reason is because we see it as a priority and we see other ways to gain revenue and also fundraise. That is why.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions for Raul? Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation and making sure that the board was brought along with the process. And I particularly love the slide that shows the timeline and the links that are available on that one. That had been very handy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Perenwell and Ms. Taylor.
We now move to our public comments. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like 5 general comments. Or is this general too? Oh, okay. We have many comments. Our first general comment is by Ms. T.
Hi, I'm Tamara Lucretia, government name. I go by she, her, hers. I want to first acknowledge Happy Jamaican Heritage Month to my girl out there, and then also happy Pride. It's been a minute since I've been here. There's some new faces that may have not seen mine before. Take it. I have not been here for at least the whole school year. I've been doing side projects, side quests, but I haven't been here for the whole school year before. And typically what I do is I speak up and I speak out because somebody has to do it. And so I love to do the hard things. For approximately about a year and a half, somebody else can research, there has been this consistent discourse from the dais. And although it's entertaining, the consumption of popcorn has happened. It is not always the most perfect snack because of the high carb count and lack of butter. But what I am super, super frustrated is the inability to actually balance disagreements and handling business. Disagreements and handling business. The decentering of our students is happening. We can't move forward. We have outside factors coming in, trying to dismantle the education process that we know. We identify that there's a lack of resources coming in. We have to balance budgets, but we also have to amplify our students and prepare them to navigate the world the way it is. So I know some people like to think that I come up here and add a little bit of humor therapy to the plate. But I'm speaking on behalf of the Kent Educators of Color, and there are others that are going to speak. What we're not going to do moving forward is take on manufactured fragility. What we're not going to do is uphold manufactured saviorism. What we're not going to do, I'm going to speak my truth, is we're not going to uphold entitlement, privilege, and white supremacy behaviors. If you would like to have a continued conversation, I respect that. I'm going to give you I'm going to do 325. Please have a conversation with us. Because what we do is we build bridges and we have intentional conversations, and even if we disagree, we still move forward. Because that's how we have to do it. So come with learning objectives and success criteria in the next school year, because we're ready to do the hard work.
We appreciate your comments. Unfortunately, I do have to end them at the 3 minutes. The next person, I do ask also for, just so because we value all comments, that we are quiet afterwards. Andrea Victoria.
I apologize, my ancestors were speaking.
We appreciate your comments.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Victoria.
Just a sec, give us 1 second to reset you so it's not bugging you. And then we'll start your time so you have your full 3 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Do I start now? Are you going to?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Victoria. I'm a member of the Kent Educators of Color Network. I'm also a product of the Kent School District. I'm a community member, I'm a mom, and I'm also an educator at Mill Creek Middle School. I have the privilege of reading a statement written by one of our colleagues, Jessica Justice. Good evening. My name is Jessica Justice. I'm a community member, an educator, and someone who has followed every school board meeting this year, whether in person, online, or through reviewing transcripts when I missed a meeting. After 10 months, here's what I found. This board has mastered ceremony, but abandoned substance. Neglect of strategic oversight. Equity is printed on every banner, but not showing up in any of the minutes. Not one of you has publicly requested an update of our equity SMART goals. You opened the school year with no strategic plan review, no benchmarks, no vision, and even after the superintendent's equity update, there is still no follow-up or discussion of student outcomes despite the growing public concern. You've passed proclamations and praised culture, but I have not heard the questions. Are outcomes improving for underserved students? Are multilingual families being reached? Are students with disabilities supported? That's not oversight. That's optics. Lack of superintendent accountability. You renewed a superintendent contract with zero public performance review. When the budget crisis emerged and when staff presented worsening deficits, no one asked how students would be affected. After testimony about layoffs harming students of color, you stayed silent. By year's end, there still appears to be no leadership benchmarks, no clear evaluative conditions, and no board direction. That's not stewardship, that's abdication. Dismissive engagement. This year, time and time again, parents have raised substantial safety concerns. Teachers described a climate of fear, and families have testified about the toll of staff cuts. Each time, they have been met with silence. One parent was even dismissed as offering political talking points. May I remind you, you have been elected to represent the needs and wants of the students and families in your region, and not to be admired. Policy inaction and governance apathy. You have heard about racial discipline disparities, a budget collapse, and equity gaps in staff cuts and layoffs, yet no new policies have been presented to mitigate them. No proposed timelines for addressing, no accountability measures for how we got here. So I ask, what will your legacy be? Are you guardians or ceremonial votes?
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Natara Pratt.
Gutierrez.
Thank you.
Netara Pratt Gutierrez, on behalf of the Kent Educators of Color Network, I yield my time to Andrea Victoria. Thank you.
Okay. Governance dysfunction. And most frustratingly, after spending 64 hours watching these meetings that I will never get back, I found that nearly 9 of those hours were lost to procedural conflict, personal drama, and off-topic debate. That's 1 out of every 7 minutes wasted. Productive time has been lost to agenda disputes and power struggles, defensive outbursts after public comment, resolutions hijacked by off-topic debates, confusion over nominations, committees, and speaker order, board interruptions during budget hearings, combative legislative exchanges, a reflection period on how great we are with no goals, and sadly, a final meeting that ended in disarray over a procedural dispute. When you waste time, it's our students that pay the price. This isn't a few lapses in judgment, it's a pattern, a culture, a crisis of credibility. To those in the community listening, it's not enough to smile, shake hands, and pose with certificates. We deserve data, decisions, and accountability. If this board won't hold itself accountable, then we must. If you, the esteemed board members, won't refocus on what our students in this community need, then the community must reclaim its voice. Elections are coming, and please believe I will be watching the minutes, not just the YouTube moments. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Denise Renteria.
Good enough. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Holly. I'm Denise Renteria, a KSD community member. I appreciate all the budget information that's been thus far shared clearly and transparently in your executive sessions and regular school board sessions, and I understand the impactfulness of these uncertain federal and state fiscal uncertainties. The fact that board budget priorities were also included in the June 11th budget presentation is especially appreciated, as this is where student and community voice can be integrated with the budget. One of these priorities is Goal 3, examination of safety in school environments, including staffing and emotional supports. Through this lens of this safety priority, I want you all to recall that a courageous middle school student from Cedar Heights LGBTQIA+ community spoke up then and again tonight about threats to them and their community at school, which, to use their words, were, quote, largely ignored or unaddressed, end quote. No student should ever endure getting, quote, jumped, death notes, and rape threats, end quote. These are the exact words they used when speaking to their experience. When they stated that they are there to speak to the, quote, unacceptable behavior toward the queer community at their school, that is a gross understatement of their experience. Their firsthand narrative of occurrences, actions, and threats cannot be ignored and is a call to action on behalf of all district employees, including the school board, superintendent, down the organizational chart to staff in schools. It's not lost on me that soon after the students' firsthand account of the treatment last week of people of the queer community, our board read a proclamation for Pride Month. My question is, was that Pride proclamation performative only? I hope not, as these are our children's lives on the line, literally. We will be watching and awaiting real action and not just an examination in this Goal 3 priority of safety in school environments. I thank you all, and I thank the Kent Educator of Color community, of which I'm also a part of.
Thank you, Denise. The next speaker I have is Denisha Sacedo.
Hello, thank you for having us. I'm also Denisha Sacedo. I'm also a proud member of the Kent Educators of Color. I'm a product of the Kent School District. I graduated from KM. And so I want to say I also have not been here this year, but I'm definitely online watching and staying tuned in. And I just want to end our conversations by saying, and. The fear is that there is a lot of like promises and a lot of things that we see and we hear, but the question is, and. I get that there isn't money or budget, and I still need to get up and be there for my students. You still need to be here for us as teachers for an entire district. And we still have to commit to what we post on everything, which is equity. We have to. And I know that it's hard to say this after hearing that we're in a budget downfall, but we gotta fund it. We gotta put our money where our mouth is. We gotta make sure that we get into each of the buildings and we aren't just up here spewing promises. Because when you say things like, we are gonna retain, hire, and mentor teachers of color, why are we losing them? Why are we not making sure that they're even being hired? What is happening at the building level, the district level, whatever it is? We're making those promises. We need to commit to them. We commit to things like, we are gonna remove the portables. What? Because you are adding classrooms to buildings, and now we're forcing teachers out of buildings into portables. Again, my question is, and. We gotta stop making false promises. We have to make sure that what we want is, like, this is our dream, our aspirations. I tell my students, here's the goal. Is it a SMART goal? Dinosaurs? Where are we at? Like, what are we doing here? And we have to make sure that you are clear on what you're saying and asking. Even as you talk about camp, we can't, like, dangle the carrot and then bring it back. We have to make sure the and is clear. And what? And, well, color, but we just don't have the money, or we just don't have the infrastructure. And We want to make sure that we get all students out of portables. Those types of things, we have to make sure that we are not making false promises. We ask you, if you come here and you're going to be committed, please be here, right? If we look at the attendance of how many board members are missing often, we need you guys to work together, right? When my teammate is missing, I suffer. We need to see that you are here together, working as a team. One KSD, another promise that we need you to model.
Thank you, Denisha. Our next speaker is Jennifer Liggett.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Liggett. I'm a single mother of 5 and a special needs parent. I'm here today to inform you of a violation of my and my daughter's rights under federal law, specifically the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, known as FERPA. Today, I participated in a FERPA amendment hearing to correct inaccurate and misleading records in my daughter's IEP and MDR. That hearing was only granted after multiple attempts to resolve the issue collaboratively were denied, including a formal request for mediation, which was refused by the Director of Inclusive Education. Even more concerning was how the hearing itself was handled by the Associate Superintendent, whose actions, aided by the district's hired legal counsel, violated both the intent and procedural protections of FERPA. I was told that only one person could attend the hearing with me for support, but that no one else could even speak for me, not even my educational advocate who's on file, or assist during the presentation. Eventually, after repeating the law, I was allowed to bring 2 advocates. This is not just inappropriate, it's a violation of federal law. Under 34 CFR 99.21, FERPA guarantees a parent the right to a hearing that allows a fair opportunity to present evidence and be assisted or represented by an individual of their choosing. That right was denied to me and my daughter. The U.S. Department of Education has made it clear that districts may not prevent parents from bringing advocates or representing relevant support at a hearing. Washington state law supports this by deferring to FERPA under RCW 28A.605.030. No district policy can override federal protections, yet that is exactly what is happening. Also, when I requested a different hearing designee, someone neutral and not in the direct alignment with the same department that denied my amendment, I was told that the new designee would not be approved. When I asked for the documentation of process outlining how the superintendent put out a request for a new designee per my request, I was told, on the advice of legal counsel, I am declining to address that as it is an internal district matter. Kent School District is a public entity, and these are public records. This type of evasion lacks transparency, undermines public trust, and violates the principles of open government. During the hearing, I was explicitly told that I must only address the hearing officer, yet the Inclusive Education Director repeatedly directed their comments, documents, and face while talking directly to me and my advocate. The rule was enforced against me, the parent, but not against the district. The double standard made the hearing fundamentally unfair. The Associate Superintendent's mishandling of this process, combined with legal counsel's complicity, created a hearing that was procedurally defective, legally non-compliant, and deeply inequitable. What's worse, it left me isolated in a high-stakes setting where advocacy was not appropriate but essential. I am preparing a formal complaint to the Office for Civil Rights. This isn't about disagreement, it's about the denial of basic due process. I urge this board to review FERPA and follow along with advocacy, transparency, and equal treatment. I'm also still trying to find out how much the district profited off my daughter's disability over her 3-month expulsion. You're welcome for helping with the budget.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next speaker is Jennifer Osgood.
Thank you. President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Holly. On Monday, the Kent Principal Association Board sent a letter to the Kent School District Board with a call to action based on our increasing concerns with the effectiveness of our board's collaboration on behalf of our students. I am here tonight to share part of that communication with a larger audience of stakeholders. The WASDA vision statement for school boards reads, all Washington school directors effectively govern to ensure each and every student has what they need to be successful within our state's public education system. We know that our board members individually desire to meet this goal. However, the KSD board appears to be struggling to work towards that vision statement as a team. In board meetings this year, we have seen a considerable amount of time focused on topics not directly related to students or the KSD mission, such as lawsuits related to adult issues, nuances of the superintendent's contract, lack of awareness or disregard for board meeting protocol, previously deliberated decisions, discussion about work session topics because individual board members did not attend those sessions. When individual members of the board pull the focus off what is important with these topics and others like them, it impacts the overall effectiveness of the board of directors and all of our ability to serve all students. Our students need you to shift your focus to the areas that most impact student outcomes, such as attendance, credit recovery efforts across the system, impacts of cell phones on student learning, equitable grading practices, funding for Tier 2 intervention practices, and policy that is efficient and effective in serving all students. Leadership is difficult. It takes intentionality and focus to stay dedicated to the mission when there are many forces pulling us in different directions. Effective leaders identify when they are being pulled off course and can course correct in real time. We are asking the board to reflect on their purpose and their work and to refocus on how we can best serve all students. This board could be a highly impactful, positive force that works to bring us together. Please do so.
Thank you, Principal Osgood. Next speaker is Joseph, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, CMO? Simomo, I'm sorry about that, Junior. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Simomo. I am here actually representing the Covington City Council and in my role as a City Council member. As a City Council member, I serve our community as a representative on the Regional Transit Committee. Regional Transit includes Sound Transit, Metro, but mostly King County Metro. As many know, King County Metro, Sound Transit, Pierce Transit, and Everett, all of them have the ORCA card. If you are under the age of 18, which would be a majority of our students, you get an ORCA card for free. If you turn 18 while you are still a senior in high school, so say your birthday's in September, you turn 18, you still get the option to have your free ORCA card. However, that requires assistance from you. King County Metro will partner with the Kent School District in getting a graduation date as long as they have names to go with the free ORCA cards. That way they can not have to worry about adding money to an ORCA card. We have, 74 square miles of district. That is a lot of students who may not have reliable transportation, but with an ORCA card, they are able to get to and from certain places. It may take them a while, as someone who's fighting with King County to get more Metro in Covington, so it doesn't take 10 hours to go to Seattle on a Saturday. This is a way, though, that we can have our students able to get to and from. King County Metro is also willing to go to all of the middle schools and high schools to give presentations on how to use an ORCA card and how to get an ORCA card. I do believe that if you ask them nicely, which is just asking them lately, they will bring ORCA cards to the schools during those presentations and pass them out to the students. If you have questions or comments about that, please feel free to reach out to me on my city email, jsimomo.jr@covingtonwa.gov, and I will get you in touch with King County Metro. I know that they're more than willing to go to Canyon Ridge to help, as I'm not here in my role as a teacher at Canyon Ridge, but I know that I have mentioned to my school that they would like to come and help, especially places like Kent Meridian, Kent Ridge. Kent Lake would be a great place for them to go as well. So if you have any questions about that, please feel free to reach out to me. But I think it would be a benefit to not only our students, but the entire community, because Metro is how we're going to get around for a while. And it's going to finding better ways to make sure that our students know how they can use those ORCA cards and how they can get them is a great source. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Simomo. The next speaker that we have is Heather Starkey. Heather Starkey, we will delay just a moment in case she is in our viewing room. Okay. Our next speaker, and it'll be probably our last speaker for the time period, Steve Goliff. The remainder of our public comments will, and we are still accepting them up until our legislative report. They will be done at the end of the meeting.
Good evening, School Board, Superintendent, Ms. Holly. My name is Steve Golliff. I teach 5th grade at Jenkins Creek. I was at the last board meeting, sitting in the chairs here, and I've had a lot of thoughts rolling around in my brain since then. So I'm just going to read the letter that I sent in to the school board a couple weeks ago, since not everybody here may have seen that. Jackie Robinson once said, "I'm not concerned with your liking or disliking me. All I ask is that you respect me as a human being." At the KSD board meeting on June 10th, there were several student speakers from the Student Advisory Committee. One speaker, a former student of mine who came back today as well, spoke to the poor treatment students in the LGBTQ+ community receive at her middle school. Later that same evening, I heard and saw the current school board president will roll out one of the oldest tropes, that members of the LGBTQ+ community are also pedophiles. She accused a fellow board member of, quote, invading schools, getting on buses when kids are on the bus, and being around where girls are trying on dresses. The board president's made derogatory comments from the dais before about her fellow board member, but this rant was far beneath the dignity of the elected office she holds. I'm reminded that a current fellow board member resigned from the school board president position a couple years ago after making insensitive remarks regarding certain immigrant folks in our community. The remarks from the board president a couple weeks ago were literally slandering a fellow board member. While she's not required to like or agree with fellow board members, at a minimum, she should show some respect. And that test has been failed so often that her fellow board member now refuses to be in the same room with her if he can possibly do that. If she really wanted him to attend more meetings, the rant last week or 2 weeks ago was probably not the way to do it. Even so, she was given the space to apologize in her board report at the end of the meeting and did not. And it's been 2 weeks and I still haven't heard if such an apology or any communications happened. So as a result, I'm requesting that she put her resignation on the agenda for the next KSD board meeting. If she does care about the Kent School District, I think this is the only way to move forward. Several people have commented on the, I'll use the word dysfunction of the board over the past year or two. Year and a half, easily. Yeah, it's all on video for people to see. The other interesting thing, since I have 15 seconds here, well, anyways, I'm not finding it. It was interesting to me that at the beginning we always hear, here are the protocols for how the board meeting should run, and then they're not followed pretty routinely. The only other thing I wanted to add was the only thing more disturbing a couple weeks ago was the silence of other people on the dais when that rant happened, and nobody else seemed to react or correct anything. So anyways, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next
I would like to
section.
make a motion to suspend our rules so that we may listen to all of the comments that our community would like to state, so that they don't have to stay till the end of the meeting, even though we do. But I'll motion that. Do I have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. So as the board president, I would be the one to do that. So there's a motion on the floor to suspend board rules. Is there a second? We move on to section 6.0, the superintendent report. Superintendent Vela.
Point of privilege. I would like to take a break so that I can use the restroom, but I would like to hear the words from our superintendent. Is that okay?
We will take a break after the legislative report.
Okay, then I guess I will have to meet Mrs. Words. Thank you.
Thank you, President Margell. First, I'd like to start tonight with our accountability audit highlights. For those of you who weren't able to make it, the State Auditor's Office recently completed the accountability and audit, the financial and federal audit. I emphasize federal with that. The independent audits provide essential accountability and transparency for district operations always. Both audits resulted in no findings. Thank you to our team, in particular, Ms. Amanda Davis, our Assistant Director of Accounting, and Mr. Raul Parangua, Executive Director of Budget and Finance, for responding to the audit requests and providing documentation to all of our district staff involved in the audit process. And if you've ever been a part of that, I have, and sometimes it is a pretty grueling time to come up with things as they request them, and so I really wanted to note that. I also want to again reiterate that the 25-26 budget does have our fifth grade camp update, as we've shared today, and we have secured an extended day at this time at least, and are looking to continue to look at other options for revenue and also multiple day experience at all of our elementary schools. We also want to continue to seek that additional funding that we've talked about tonight, as I mentioned earlier. I also want to celebrate our NSPRA, that's our National Communications Awards you heard about today from our communications team. It was really wonderful to hear that, and I was so happy the board was able to hear that. I am so proud of the work that the communication team has done and the public affairs team. To get nationally recognized is one thing. To get nationally recognized for 3 different areas, the board and superintendent governance team needs to be proud. Our community needs to be proud of the One KSD focus. And again, KSD received 3 prestigious national awards for excellence in school communications. And I'm going to note them for those of you who weren't able to be here. They are Award of Excellence for the KSD Connected Community Magazine, for those of you who do get those. Next, Award of Excellence for the One Community video that, if you get an opportunity and we're here, please take a look at that. It's very, very inspiring. We have the also 3rd Award of Merit for the Kent School District and school websites. Congratulations to them and the Kent School Districts and Board Superintendent Governance team. Their work does support transparency, celebrates student and staff success, helps build trust across our community, whether it's crisis response, recognition, daily communications. Their impact is felt throughout our district. Our unified program, those of you who have had a chance to attend that, I wanted to note that Carriage Crest Elementary School was recognized as the KSD Unified Program of the Year for their dedication to growing inclusion in their school community. Their dedication to inclusion truly embodies the spirit of One KSD. Congratulations to our Carriage Crest students, families, and community. Game Changer Award, those of you who had a chance to do that, a shout out to all of our recipients. This award presented to the student athletes who have distinguished themselves as leaders and redefine what it means to lead on and off the field. Congratulations to the following for their outstanding leadership. Jada Jackson, Chloe, representing Kent Lake High School. Claire Eaton, representing Kent Meridian High School. Ethan Sugimoto, representing Kent Ridge High School. And Luke LaChance, representing Kentwood High School. Congratulations again. And as we close out this school year, I want to take a moment to reflect on our accomplishments once again and express gratitude and look ahead to the hope and unity of the future. This year, we launched One KSD initiative, a district-wide collaboration on equity, putting students first. It's more than a motto. It's our shared commitment, and you heard today the national recognition received for that. We understand that we cannot do this work alone. Thank you to our community partners and volunteers. Your support, time, and collaboration make a lasting impact on the lives of our students every single day. On that note, I'll be attending, I believe a couple board members will attend with me tomorrow night, attending the graduation celebration for those students that are supported by Centro Rendu, one of our community partners. And those of you who were able to be at our graduations on the 14th, it'll be re-celebrating our students, Latina students, who walked across the stage. And so thank you to those board members that'll be joining me. Also going to get some good food as well. So excited about that. So we continue to express our gratitude to all of our partners throughout the Kent School District. As we also celebrate that gratitude, we must also acknowledge our fiscal realities in the district and in the state, some of which you've heard today, that we are all facing. While we remain fiscally stable, we are approaching the future with transparency, thoughtful planning, and a student-centered focus. We are proactively addressing fiscal challenges while ensuring long-term financial health. Yes, challenges continue to remain not only for Kent School District, for all our districts in the state, and dare I say, in the country. But so does our resilience, as I shared earlier. Together we are preparing students to thrive as future-ready global citizens. That's the hope and promise that we carry forward. We will continue to focus on our students as we finish strong and stay strong. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Bella. We now move to our legislative update. This is also the time I'm going to remind the audience that all comment cards need to be turned into our blue box. I believe it's in the back of the room. Seeing nobody running towards it, I look to Director Clark for our legislative report.
No report.
Thank you. We are a couple hours in now, so we are going to go ahead and take a break. We will come back at 8:30. Thank you. It is 8:31, so we are coming back to order. We are now in 8.0, our discussion and approval. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move approval of 801 gifts donations.
Second.
There's been a motion made for approval and a second for 8.01, gifts, donation, and/or memorials acceptance. We are now open for discussion.
I would like to acknowledge we've had, once again, great support from the community towards individual schools. Park Orchard Elementary got a gift from Shelley Metzger and Acorn Murals for an outside wall mural. The value of that was $6,771. Covington Elementary, the PTA put together a raiser to get first grade field trip transportation expenses. That was to the tune of $1,030. Kent Lake High School got from the Department of Public Health, King County EMS Division, $3,876 to pay for supplemental CPR and AED health class trainings. Cedar Heights Middle School got from Delta Kappa Gamma for a $1,000 grant from Student Learning Resources. And Kent Meridian High School got from Carly Enderby of Hexel $1,125 to pay for student debts for missing textbooks. All of that total together was over $13,000. So really appreciate the support that is being given to our schools by these individuals and organizations.
Thank you to our community for supporting our schools in the many ways that you do. Seeing no further discussion, there's a motion on the floor for approval of item 8.01, gifts, donations, and memorials acceptance. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. There is a video for 8.02, so we're going to start with that before we move for motions from the floor.
Good evening, board members. 2 weeks ago, the district stated that fifth grade camp was moving to a one-day experience due to the loss of grant money from the state. This week, the budget presentation does not state anything to the contrary, so I'm assuming that is still the plan. Maybe an updated plan was mentioned in the presentation earlier this evening, but as of Tuesday evening, I've received no confirmation of any changes. A few days after the previous presentation, I sent an email explaining why I would like the board to commit to an overnight camp experience, either the full 3-day camp or a reduced 2-day camp. To summarize my position, the $500,000 of additional funding needed to commit to the full 3-day camp was inconsequential to the budget. The reduced cost of a 2-day camp was even more inconsequential. Now, due to changes in the budget plan presented today, there is even less reason to reduce the camp program. 2 weeks ago, the 4-year budget plan ended with an annual surplus of $1 million, but the budget update this week ends with an annual surplus of $2 million. The district has apparently freed up an additional $1 million in funding, annual funding, which is double the $500,000 needed for the full 3-day camp. Based on the publicly presented information, I see absolutely no reason why the district needs to cut 5th grade camp at all, let alone do a single day. Which means there must be a non-public reason for this decision. Maybe you don't actually want to continue 5th grade camp, and the drop in funding was just a convenient excuse to stop the program. Or maybe the 4-year budget plan is grossly optimistic, and the district is cutting as much as possible to prepare for a potential crisis. Or maybe the district is upset at the lack of community support, and is using 5th grade camp as a way to punish the community. Or maybe as a way of punishing a specific board member who has historically championed the program. Whatever the reason, it's not based on fiscal responsibility. Your snap judgment to cut the program is going to hurt kids, potentially only a single grade level, and for literally nothing in return. By every measure, the budget remains effectively the same with or without the 3-day camp. This is not a student-focused decision, and your decision to cut camp to a single day shows the community exactly how much you care about their concerns. You don't have to make a decision tonight. The budget will be approved either way. But you do have to make a decision soon, because the camp needs you to commit, and the students deserve the full camp experience.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve item 8.02, resolution number 1697, 2025-2026, district budget adoption.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded for approval of item 8.02, resolution number 1697, 2025-2026 district budget adoption. We are now open for discussion.
I'd like to move to amend this resolution to include paying for fifth grade camp for a total of the 3-day experience that we've been having in whatever way we need to write it into the resolution to basically say that the board would like us to do so. I'll leave it to you.
Vice President Cook, I'd like Mr. Leonard to address that. I think we've gone through that before, but he has a process for that. I thought we finished through with the current discussion and moving of and seconding, and then move to anyway, if you could please explain.
Good evening to the board. As we've discussed before, there is more than one way to do it. You can vote on the motion and vote it down, or you can entertain an amendment. Given that there is a proposed amendment on the floor, it would need a second in order to proceed and be voted on. Given that this is the budget conversation, if you vote it down, I know you want to potentially take action tonight, so I actually might advise that if there is a motion on the floor, that the board hear the motion and vote on the amendment and then proceed in that order.
I also believe that we're procedurally correct in how it's been done because we are now in discussion. We've finished the second. So I believe that we're in the right place for doing it.
You are correct, President Margell.
Yep. Okay, so let me make sure that I'm putting this motion at least succinctly, but also accurate to what you're asking. So there's a proposed amendment that, I'm sorry, we're going to have to put this in correctly, so I want to do this in a short way. That the proposed budget is amended to allow for district paying all additional costs to have a 3-day camp experience for fifth graders.
Yeah, for the 2025-2026 school year.
Yes, I don't know if we would need to have that because it is only a 25-26 budget, but that's fine. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for the amendment to amend the proposed budget for the district to pay for all expenses for a 3-day camp experience for fifth graders for this next school year. We're now open for discussion.
I would like to comment on this one. My daughter is a victim of COVID. So my daughter, who will graduate in 2 years, did not experience fifth grade camp. She was not allowed to go because we had COVID and we were not allowed to go. I understand the importance of this camp. I have children who have gone. I have kids who have come up to me and said, please, you have to save it. You must save this camp. Do whatever you can. But here is my concern. My first one is, I fund it for 1 year. What do I do for the next year? How am I going to sustain it? We have seen currently that we are going to lose approximately $1 million next year for Title III funding. And we are on tap to lose $17.5 million. And with the way the economy is going right now, I'm concerned we're going to leave even more on the table. So while I realize that it is an insurmountable number right now, it is not for the future generations. And I would like to find a solution that allows me to have camp for every school year in perpetuity, not just a stopgap measure for next year. So I would like to propose that we allow the school district to fundraise, for the entire district to fundraise. If you look at 60,000 families, if each family gave $20, now I know that's a lot, that's 2 Starbucks visits, that's a lot of money, that is a lot of money, that's a couple hours of wages for people. But if everybody gave $20, we'd have $1.2 million and you could pay for it in perpetuity. So I am asking that while I understand that it is a very small amount of money, I do want to make sure that we are looking at the future of this district. And we are looking at the future for the kids, not just for next year, but for the kids in 2 years, and 5 years, and 10 years. I don't want to take away camp. I don't. I seriously don't. And I do want it to be a multi-day experience. I take my girls Girl Scout camping, and let me tell you, it is an amazing experience. You get those kids out in the woods. We learned about nature and science and NASA and a whole bunch of cool stuff. So I know how important it is. But I want to make sure that we make the right decision, that we have camp permanently in some form and not just one more year, because we're kicking the can down the road.
Director Clark?
None of us actually want to see camp go away. That's not the issue. And I remind you, the basis of the problem is the state took the money away. So we're being asked once again to cover another deficit generated from the way the state funds. Now, the hard part is, as much as I would like to see that experience from outdoor education, I have to tell you that I'm much more concerned about spending in terms of federal support for special ed. I'm very concerned about the various Title I, 3, and 4 categories, which I remind you, the federal government also budgets with the future in view and did not put money into those categories following the 25-26 school year. So until I see a change from that, we're talking about fundamental education. And with that, I have difficulty with this motion.
I just want to add on top of what Director Teresa, I'm forgetting your last name. Gregory, I apologize. I feel like we could benefit from having additional time to be able to discuss our options of fundraising, looking at crowdsourcing and other measures to see how else we can support the idea of fifth grade camp happening this year. And so I would like to have further discussion if in the future we just have another work session on the agenda so that we can actually dedicate time and include all the other stakeholders who have additional information like Roel to be able to help contribute to that conversation, to help us maybe guide that or learn how we can be guided towards the direction of fundraising for this program.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand what your comment was on this one was.
Yeah, it's just more so like piggybacking off of her,
Okay.
not so much, I guess, straying, being more adjacent to this topic right now, but just adding on, I think this could benefit from further discussion.
So following in line with what is part of the budget today, which is we're going with the 1 day, we can continue to fundraise or look at other financing options because the books are not closed, I heard him say, and that we're still, okay. I just want to make sure.
I just wanted to have it more public that the conversation's not ending today and that we're going to continue this discussion and see what we can do to kind of rally around this program.
Thank you for letting me make sure I understood. Director Clark?
Yeah, just to reiterate, we're not adopting the budget tonight. The actual adoption of the budget takes place in August.
This is a resolution to adopt the budget tonight.
Yes, the one that goes to the state.
Correct.
But we don't actually get to the point of the adoption until the meeting in August, which is why Superintendent.
Yeah, this is actually as an adoption for the budget as a whole. If we could continue doing the conversations as Director Song mentioned, but clarify, this is an adoption of the budget.
So just to make sure that it is an adoption, but it is the implementation wouldn't be until later.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Director Cook?
Thank you. I just have difficulty with this, and maybe, would it be possible to have Mr. Parangal come up to the lectern for a second? I just have a couple of questions.
I'm sorry, Vice President Cook, I did not hear you.
I was wondering if we could have Mr. Parangal to come up to the lectern to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Thank you for entertaining my questions again. I wondered if we were to adopt this amendment, as I've stated, and the board is saying that we want to spend the money on this, does that force us to do so? If we change our mind at our next meeting, can we go back on that and change it?
So you have an option to, well, first, if you were to adopt the budget tonight, then it sets the stage for the one extended day. That would guarantee it. It doesn't preclude you from continuing to have a discussion down the road. And if the result of that discussion is to put a 3-day, let's say, and add X dollar amount in the budget, you could also approve an extension of the budget at that point. That is a possibility if you were to go that route. There's also a possibility that by the time we close the books in 24-25, that may not be necessary. And again, I'm not trying to overpromise the outcome of the 24-25. I'm just saying that there is a possibility that we may have some extra fund balance that we may be able to use to accommodate 1 year. It does not solve the problem in perpetuity, but at least it addressed the more immediate ones.
If I may add, Vice President Cook, to that, it is, the adoption of the budget is as a whole, that's for all programs. And you've already heard specifically what we will be committing to do in further conversations, as Director Song mentioned. Adopting the budget also gets my team going on things. One of the things the state, and I know this from other districts, is that there have been budgets that not have been adopted, and it puts students behind the 8 ball from programs that need to have some of them in the summer, some of those things. But it allows my team to, let's get moving on this so we have more conversations potentially sooner, as Director Song mentioned earlier. So I want to make that point, if I could.
As far as that goes, I am by no means saying that we should not adopt the budget by this amendment. If this doesn't pass, I still plan on voting for it. I think it's important that we move forward either way. So just to, I guess, allay some fears there, because that's definitely not what I'm looking to do. I don't want to blow up the budget for something like this. Like, it is important, but it is not worth a multi-million-dollar budget being pushed aside. My question is, so if we were to wait for that 24-25 budget to be all closed up, what date do you anticipate that being done by?
That would be completed like middle of November.
Okay. And when do we need to know that we want to do a 3-day camp by?
It would be sooner than that. I think probably by the end of July. We need to be able to save our spot.
And because we have 29 elementary schools plus, KLA and KVA, that requires us to do dates throughout the entire school year. We can't wait until the fall to then say, hey, we want to do a whole bunch of dates in the spring, because we wouldn't have enough dates to do, correct?
That is correct. I think we need to save our spot. Otherwise, those spots are going to be gone by the spring.
And Vice President Cook, that's already a conversation taking place, because we couldn't just start until after this.
Yeah.
We've been working on that.
And when's our next planned meeting?
Next regular meeting, I believe, is in August. That's typically when we have our next regular meeting. We have 2 special meetings, as you know, in July. We've let the board know, mainly for hiring to continue to take place. There are some other topics, but those are special meetings. But the next regular meeting, I believe it's second or third week in August.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, we have a few different dates here. We've got today's date, which we need to pass the budget. We've got the mid-July date that we would need to decide by if we wanted to, lock in those dates for this camp. And then we have the August date, which is our next regular meeting, which is when we would be able to adjust this, I assume. Right? That would be the next time we could come back to this?
I'll let Mr. Perengo answer the budget part of that. However, the board could still hold special meetings. That's always an option. And the other piece is, every time, when a month closes, we get a little closer to knowing what we've expended, where we are. We won't know completely, as you heard, till November, but we know a little bit more. Mr. Perengo?
Yeah, no, and I think that is true, that as we present to you financial statements, like tonight, there is a financial statement on, as of April 30th. Every month we do that, and we're able to evaluate what our ending fund balance might look like. Anytime soon, we're going to be able to come up with the financial as of May 31st. That would provide us additional information also. So there are many moving parts that we could consider, but I think what we mentioned earlier is that we have a 1 day extended in the budget. We save a spot on it. We got communication from the camp that if we provide them information by mid-July, that we will secure additional day. From now until July 15, I think that's what we're going to be working on very closely with the executive cabinet to be able to find a way to come up with at least an additional day or two, whatever it is that we may be able to come up with. For those entities who are willing to, let's say, donate to the district, organizations, businesses who would like to donate to us, what we needed is a commitment letter from them, and we will count that as cash. They give us commitment letters and say they're donating $100,000 towards this. We will consider that, and we will put them in the budget. And so I just want to be able to make sure that we don't need to necessarily immediately get the cash, although we want a check right now, but a commitment letter from a reputable organization is also allowed.
So our next meeting is what date? Like if we were going to be doing this on our special meeting day, when would our next meeting be then?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, our next date that the board would be meeting for a special meeting, when would that date be?
Those are already set. I believe we have July.
We have special meetings on the 9th, the 23rd of July, and August 13th.
Yep, so there are 3 special meetings set. We typically set those. The next one, we're looking at our calendar for the regular meeting.
Mm-hmm. So.
And that's August 27th. It's the last Wednesday in August.
And as far as that goes, like we would need to decide by the 9th then, is that correct? The board would have to make a determination to be able to lock in these dates. We would have to decide within 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes, that is the closest board meeting towards the deadline, yes.
And do you believe that you're going to have enough additional information in the next 2 weeks to tell us that it is either feasible or not?
Yeah, I cannot guarantee that I do, but I think that is why, we at the executive cabinet actually are discussing this very closely to really formulate something and see if there is a way to accommodate the multi-day.
So right now, we're looking at the information you're getting for the 24-25 school year as of the end of April, is that right? And you're looking at the information for the end of May. Currently, we are, a month and 3 weeks out from the end of April?
Mm-hmm.
And so if we were to follow that, it wouldn't be until the next meeting beyond July 9th that we would have that data, if it follows the same pattern. Is that accurate?
No, it's not accurate because I just asked our accounting department today, and we're probably a day or two before completing the May 31st.
So we would be able to have that information for the 9th
That is
before we would be, okay.
Yeah, that is our target, is to be able to have the financials by July 9th.
And if you don't have the financials, then we would have to make a determination similar to what we were deciding tonight. And we would have to decide yes or no at that point, but we would have no more information if you don't have that data yet at that point. Is that right?
That is true, but there may be other information that we could bring based on what happened from now until the 9th.
Okay. It feels to me very, very scary because we're saying that we're going to chance it for our next meeting on the 9th, and if everything goes perfectly, we might be able to do it. but we're possibly trying to get the community involved to help support by fundraising through either companies or individual donations and those sorts of things. As to Director Gregory's point, I too don't want this to be a single year. It is by no means my plan that we would do this once and that's it. But because the state has dropped this on us in such a late fashion, it's forced us to make decisions like this. And that's where I would say that I don't agree with Director Gregory's point here, is that if we don't do this, then the kids for fifth grade next year are exactly like your child who missed that experience. And there will be no reason. Because if we are able to fundraise and we are able to get the money and we can go to those companies, we can go to those people and ask for that money, then we can make it happen. But we can't if we don't decide to do it right away. And to me, even if it ends up costing us the $500,000 and we're not able to continue it, and I would hate that for equity and for every other reason. I think it is very, very important. And to me, I think the growth that I've seen in those kids over that time, and many of them, the first time they've been away from home, possibly the only time they will be away from home before they graduate from high school. And all of that speaks to the importance of ensuring that we get those kids to that 3-day camp, because it is important. And I can't imagine, now I haven't gone in and done my research on the state deciding to have a 3-day requirement, but they did, and I don't think it was for no reason. I don't think they chose 3 days or an overnight experience because they just wanted to. If they could affect the social and emotional learning through a single-day camp, I am sure that our state would say, let's do a single-day camp, because then it would be far cheaper for the entire state, and they would be able to affect that change across far more districts with the same amount of money. And so to me, it's almost like if we're going to do a 1-day camp, we should just continue on. And I know that this may be difficult, and it looks like we're not being as responsible as we could be, I guess. But in my mind, we're being more responsible because we are actively listening to our community who has come to us and said, we want this, we want to spend the money. We think it's important that we spend the money. It works out to be, like I said, 1.3% of our ending fund balance. So we're going to drop that, and maybe we don't get the money back. Maybe we get nothing as far as donations, which I can't fathom. But maybe that happens, and we have to end the program entirely, or we have to cut back to a single-day program. But I think it's important that we at least give our community the chance, with the backing of our district, to say, we support 5th grade camp. We need your help to make it happen in perpetuity, but help us get there this year too. But we stand behind it. And it shows a solidarity with our community in what we want to do, and making sure that the things that they want us doing are the things that we are doing. And so I guess I hope that my fellow board members can see the value in that, and that it isn't a stance of we're only doing it for this next year. It isn't a stance of we're kicking the can down the road. This is just because the state has put us in this position. If I could change the state and go there and tell them, no, don't do that, right? Or if I could tell them, do it way back in November. So we have plenty of time to talk to our community and find out if they're able to do it. That's all I have to say about it. I just really think it's important, and I hope that my fellow board members understand that point and will agree with me on it.
I just want to say I appreciate your passion around this, and I know that you've had passion around this program throughout this entire time, and I appreciate you advocating for it.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comment, there is an amendment motion, and that has been seconded, that's on the floor, to add district funds paying for all expenses for a 3-day 5th grade camp experience for all KSD 5th graders in the 2025-2026 school year. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please raise your right hand and say nay.
Nay.
Nay. All those abstain? The motion fails. We now move to Resolution 8.02. We're still open for discussion.
I have no more.
Seeing no more discussion, a motion's on the floor for approval of item 8.02, resolution number 1697, 2025-2026 district budget adoption. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I motion to approve 8.03, second reading and adoption of policy 4300, limiting immigration enforcement in schools.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.03, second reading and adoption of policy 4300, limiting immigration enforcement in schools. We are now open for discussion.
I only had one follow-up or clarity around this one. Are there any impacts with any potential, I guess, future ordinances made by the county in terms of their cooperation with ICE? Using Pierce County as an example, right now Pierce County, the Pierce County executive made the announcement that the law enforcement will not engage with ICE. However, there's conflict going on with Sheriff's Department saying, no, we don't agree. If we move forward with this, is there any kind of anticipated conflicts that we might foresee?
No, I appreciate the question, and our discussion about it is this actually strengthens our position, in particular related to this. And so no to the answer, and our partnership with our law enforcement community has been excellent around this specific area.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further discussion, a motion has been made and seconded for approval of item 8.03, second reading and adoption of policy 4300, limiting immigration enforcement in schools. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 8.04, second reading and approval of policy 6220, bid or request for proposal requirements.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded for the approval of item 8.04, second reading and approval of policy 6220, bid or request for proposal requirements. We are now open for discussion.
Is this a new policy? I just want to, it's not for my knowledge. I already know. I'm asking this for our community so that they know about it.
No, it is not a new policy.
And so this is a change made to bring us in line with the laws to policies.
I'm going to have Ms. Hawley go to the podium so that we get it on the record.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Vice President Cook, yes, it is a policy we've had in place. There have been updates to it. Specifically, we've changed requirements for dollar amounts under $40,000 and below don't require specific bids. We have, approval of the board. We need specific bids. Also, if it's a personal services contract, anything over $600, must be actually in a contract, and that's per IRS regulations. So those are the main changes.
And the previous amount was 25,000, is that right? I think it was.
I am looking that up right now.
I believe it was still 40,000.
Oh, okay, so that didn't change, it's just the
No.
wording that changed on it?
Correct.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, I appreciate it.
You bet.
Seeing no further discussion, a motion has been made and seconded for approval of item 8.04, second reading and approval of policy 6220, bid or request for proposal requirements. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. We now move on to the next section, which is our consent agenda items. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve the consent agenda items. We added some, didn't we?
We did, 17 through 19.
Okay, so items 9.01 through 9.17 in its entirety.
Oh, do you want it through 19?
Oh, 19, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, it's
Do you want us to
19.
I heard
restate that?
17 and then you
Yes.
said.
Could you say that one more time?
Yeah. I move to approve the consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.19 altogether.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.19. We are now open for discussion.
So the one I wanted to point out here, I didn't feel like we needed to take it out just to discuss this little piece, but I know a lot of our community members have been really concerned about the remediation of lead in the water. And so this grant application is, how much of that will be resolved with this grant should it be accepted?
So I'll have Director Cook come up and share. I will say that from a budget perspective, it does help us greatly, as this grant was something that wasn't there previously. So, but I'll let him come up. The question was, how much of this will it resolve in terms of the issue?
Yes.
That they came up. Thank you, Mr.
Hello, President Margell.
Thanks, Director
Members
Cook.
of the board, Superintendent Vela and Ms. Halley. This grant will cover all the costs of materials and labor to replace all the fixtures that have been identified. So once they've been replaced, they'll have to be conditioned, which is flushed, and then they'll have to be tested. And so our hope is that all of those will pass the testing, and then we'll be done with that portion of this year's testing and requirements.
Thank you for that information. I just wanted to bring it up because I know that there's a lot of community members that are really concerned about the water, and we're working on it. We're trying to get a grant so that we can afford to do it, because obviously we're in a budget crisis. Well, not a crisis, but we're in budget constraints. So I love that we're seeking out other options. So thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Cook.
one more thing, if I could add, that because of the cost of this project, it's being run by the capital projects team, because they have the experience with the bid process, and they know the requirements and the needs, so that, all the Ts will be crossed and all the Is will be dotted, so
That's great.
it will be done great.
Awesome. Thanks, Director Cook.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question. I didn't want to pull it out either, but for 9.08, we have the extension letters for the school safety services liaison agreements. These only cover 2 of the high schools. Can we get a comment on our status
Yes.
for the other 2?
I will have our Assistant Director, Mr. Tim Kovich, come up in. So the question is, does it only cover 2 of the high schools?
Correct.
Correct. Mr. Kovich.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Halley. So yes, this current agreement and extension letter does only cover the Kent Police Agency with 2 SROs and a liaison at a commander level. We have worked with King County directly downtown and the sheriff, and currently they cannot facilitate the staffing for the other 2 that we traditionally have had with the city of Covington and unincorporated King County at Kent Lake. So Kentwood and Kent Lake currently, they cannot provide that in the coming school year. We are actively continuing the conversations. We have interest, and we're looking forward to that in the future, but it's kind of an unknown at this moment in time.
I just wanted to let the public know that you are working on it. So it's not, when we look at
Yes.
this, it's just the 2, and then they're like, well, what about my school? So that's why I wanted to bring it up. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah,
for us.
and in all fairness, with those agencies, they work daily with us regardless of this contract that
Yes.
we don't have, and they're excellent partners. So even in our training of our own staff, but they're there to help. So,
Excellent. Thank you.
yep.
Thank you, Mr. Kovich.
Sorry, I have one other question for you, or kind of, I guess, a little bit of a question. So we discussed this, I believe, during the joint meeting with Covington City Council, right? And they had talked about possibly partnering in a way that makes it so that the King County Sheriff's Department wants to work with us because we're augmenting their funding or something like that, because they were looking at possibly not being able to fund their workforce or what have you, something along those lines. Is that still the case?
My understanding, it wasn't the funding itself, it was the staffing to get down. And it was just, it takes about a year once they bring an officer on through the training in King County, my understanding, and get them on the street, and then to fill the current vacancies that they already are trying to fill for regular patrol officers, to then add that specialty unit of the SRO from them. They're committed for partial funding in the city of King County, but we have traditionally done 100% in unincorporated for Kent Lake for that contract.
I see. And I had brought up when we were discussing that back then, the idea of partnering with Tahoma School District to somehow, partner with them as far as their high school and Kent Lake, since they're relatively close. Has there been any discussion there?
We have not dived deep into that. Again, we actually communicate on a regular basis with the agency, which is also, again, King County. We, at one time, had the SRO who works at Tahoma in our school district, and he's a great guy. So we actually kind of share that without a contract. So we're constantly helping each other,
And I would assume the
but we
other
just
way
don't
around,
get that
too.
service as much as an in-house right now.
I see. And I assume we supplement them when needed as well.
Yes.
I see. That makes sense. Thank you very much for
no
the
problem.
information.
Thank you, Mr. Kovich.
Well, we're all just going to make comments tonight. My only one comment is on 9.10. It's not that I'm going to not vote for it. We have 4 major yearbook vendors that we're approving. I wish that we would continue to look at different opportunities that each school could potentially look at the price point of their book, as there's more online and different cheaper options. Yearbooks have gotten really expensive. And there's other printing options available, and I hope that we look as a district for letting schools find the printing options that best fit their school, that just because there's a lot more options available to it, that the big 4 don't allow for. And honestly, we've also been seeing issues with them. But thank you to all of our yearbook staff, our students, and our teachers that do it. They do an amazing job, and it's fantastic to be able to have those memories forever. So thank you.
I want to say thank you, President Margell, and really an early thank you to the board. Board Superintendent Governance is critical to the fiscal solvency of our district, and I look forward to partnering on other efficiencies that we may be able to spot. So I want to thank you for that comment.
Yes.
Sorry, you're bringing that up. It made me think of, some of my time outside of my board meetings here, I spend going to other board meetings in other school districts. And I visited Tacoma's meeting a while back, and they do their own yearbooks. Like they have a printing press or whatever for yearbooks. They also offer that service to outside districts. Is that something that we could avail ourselves of, or?
We will look into anything and everything for efficiency. I also do respectfully for Tacoma going through the hard times. And that's why our focus as a board superintendent governance team, continuing our focus for statewide support in special education. In MSOC, we got no money out of MSOC, and continued the focus with our transportation as always. Thank you.
I just thought it was interesting because I was there and they said that they had that, and I was like, that's odd. I didn't know they did that.
I think it's just good for us to continue to look at options. I know that printing has just changed since I was in school, and what that looks like.
When I was there.
I thought you were going to talk about dittos.
Well, that
okay. So I believe a motion is on the floor for approval of our consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.19. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. The motion passes 5-0. We do have our informational section, 10.01 and 10.02 for you to look at. We do go to section 11.01, final communication from the audience. We have no more student general comments. We do have 2 more in-person general comments from non-students, and then no more online video general comments. So we will start with our 2 in-person general comments. Our first comment is from Laura Jensen.
Good evening. My name is Laura Jensen, and I'm running for school board. The first issue I want to speak about tonight is 5th grade camp. It's a wonderful experience for students, and we've heard many times how impactful it can be, both to 5th graders and their high school mentors. I urge you not to shorten that experience next school year. Students need at least 1 full day at camp to make the experience worthwhile, and many students are already looking forward to it. Unfortunately, it seems when there are budget issues in this district, the first response is to make cuts which directly impact students. Instead, we should be doing everything possible to make sure students are not affected. There are other solutions to be found if only the district would look. Secondly, I want to bring up the results from the staff climate survey. On the satisfaction index, 3 of the questions had an average score of less than 5 out of 10. How confident are you in the direction of the school district? How satisfied are you with the decisions of district central office leaders? And how included do you feel in the decisions impacting the direction of the school district? There is a theme connecting these 3 questions. District leadership doesn't listen to their staff, and they are not making sound decisions. Finally, I was here at the last board meeting and gave a public comment about the path this board has been on in recent years. Then the board president made her inflammatory remarks towards a fellow director, and nobody objected. This behavior is becoming more common here in Kent, and it's disgusting. The district has in place Policy 5161, which most of you reviewed less than a year and a half ago. I will only read a partial quote from that policy. Uncivil conduct on district property by board directors is prohibited. I suggest you all go read this policy and refresh your memory on how you should behave as board directors. Remember, you are setting the tone for the entire district, and we are watching. So are our students. I have several questions that I believe others would love to see addressed in upcoming meetings. Where is the transparency around the superintendent's evaluation? Where is the public accounting of legal fees tied to lawsuits? What's being done to support the special education students whose needs continue to go unmet? Why isn't more being done to help save the full 5th grade camp experience? Where is the adherence to Board Policy 5161 on civility in the workplace? I want to see a school board that is transparent, honest, and respectful with each other and stakeholders. I am again asking this board to recommit to transparency, honest collaboration, and to showing respect, not just in public meetings, but in the work that happens behind closed doors as well. Our students, our staff, and our community deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Our next speaker is Alicia Gray.
Hello, Board and Superintendent Bella. My name is Alicia Gray, and I'm here to speak about 5th grade camp. I am a 5th grade teacher, previously a 6th grade teacher, and I've been in those positions for 8 years in Kent. Every year that I have been a teacher, my students have been able to go to camp in some regard. One year it was camp in a box due to the COVID experience. Another year it was an extended day hike. And I've also had students that have gone to 2 or 3 night overnight camp. I've seen it all. In my opinion and experience, the growth that students exhibit, both as individuals and as members of the classroom community, cannot be achieved without the overnight component. Anything less is a costly, glorified field trip. I always say to parents who are on the fence about allowing their kids to go to overnight camp, if you don't want your child's first experience away from home to be when they leave for college or when they move out. Camp is a safe, encouraging opportunity for our students to have some independence from home and to learn science outside of the classroom. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that I feel that KSD needs to prioritize when making a budget so that all of our students can have this experience. I would also like to add that as a 5th grade teacher, nobody has approached any of the 5th grade teachers about fundraising. When I worked at Park Orchard Elementary, which is 100% free and reduced lunch, we were able to send our kids to camp every year. Our students sold candy bars. We worked with Camp Orkyla, a beautiful camp in the San Juan Islands, and we were able to go for $60 a student because they offered discounts for our Title I schools. I don't know that enough of an effort is being made to try to find other camps that can maybe be more affordable for our kids. In addition to that, as a 5th grade teacher, nobody has asked me to try to fundraise. Nobody has talked to our admin about what we could do as a team. I'm also PTA president at one of our more affluent elementary schools, and I know that our PTA would be willing to help fund this, and many of our other schools that are in the position to would help fund this. But the ask hasn't been made. Apparently, you have 2 weeks to make a decision, and you're not communicating with stakeholders that could help make this possible. So please start communicating with the people that are willing to fundraise, that are willing to do this for our students. because no ask is being made, and I don't know how you make this happen if you're not talking to your community and to your teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. We now move to section 11.02, board reports and discussion. We'll start with Director Gregory.
I want to say thank you to the graduating seniors who allowed me to go and attend I thoroughly enjoyed it. I went to every graduation, and I participated in some and got to observe others, and it was my privilege. I'm sorry it upsets me. Fifth grade camp really upsets me. I really want to provide it. I want to fundraise for it. I mean, that's how we did it when we were in school. We sold those stupid candy bars that were chocolate that everybody wants with the caramel. Who's with me? I'll sell those. We all have LinkedIn profiles. I think we can talk to our benefactors and we can make this happen. But I want to make it happen in perpetuity. I want to be very clear about that. So that's all I have to say. So thank you for allowing me to participate in graduation.
Thank you, Director Gregory. Director Song.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge all the comments and statements that were made throughout the evening about just the sentiments of board actions, attitudes, and cultures. And I think one thing that we can look forward to is that this year has ended. We have another year ahead of us. I think this opens up plenty of opportunity for us to kind of regroup and have moments where we can really recenter and focus on our missions, our values, and really taking the time to reflect and centering on why we all decided to take a position on this board. And hopefully throughout the summer with our special meetings and any additional meetings that might be able to be scheduled, we will have additional opportunities to ensure that we're going to continue working towards those goals. I think President Margell mentioned this many meetings ago, but as long as we're making a 1% stride towards that goal, I continue to see that as a success. I know a lot of the statements were made from earlier on in the school year, but looking at it from more zoomed out lens, I do see a increase trend in civility, and I think that this is a direction that we can continue heading in. So just wanting to leave it at that and hoping that as we enter this next school year, we're going to have additional opportunities for all of us to continue having these conversations and growing together.
Thank you, Director Song. Director Clark.
I just want to acknowledge the wonder of graduations as a seminal event in young people's lives. It is a real next step in your life that's really critical, and you only get there by being able to walk across that stage and fulfill all those requirements. And with that in mind, I want to make a special congratulations to the superb effort of the principals that went through special efforts for credit recovery because so many setbacks from COVID, and the fact that in wanting to help kids have to make a choice. Will they make the sacrifices to get there? And very clearly it was just absolutely a great effort throughout the district, and I really appreciate those extra efforts by staff and teachers and principals.
Thank you, Director Clark. Director Cook.
All right. I have a few things to say. I did go to graduation. I was not able to attend all of them this time around like I did last year. But I did attend, it was, I believe, VA and iGrad was the first one. And so I was able to attend that. I did have a conflict in my schedule, and I would like to thank President Margell for coming and taking over the officiating for Kent Lab Academy. I would also like to just thank President Margell for having spent her time going to all but one and officiating for all but one of our graduations last week. I don't know how she did it, but she went to both the night before and officiated both of those, and then 3 additional high school graduations leading until after 7 o'clock at night. So thank you very much for taking that much time to do all of that. I also wanted to speak to a few other things. Like I had said before, I had made a promise previously that I would go to every school in the district. I was able to do that. I'm bringing that up again because it is the last regular meeting of the school year, and it's something that I do plan on doing every year. And so I don't expect anyone else to do what I do, but I think it's important for me to learn more about it. As far as some questions about board attendance, I wanted to go ahead and speak to that. I did my own research on that by going and watching all 51 of our previous meetings, including 111 total meetings altogether, up until today at least. I missed 0 of our regular meetings. I missed 7 of our 111 total meetings. My attendance rate was 100% and 93% respectively. Director Margell has missed 0 regular meetings and 2 of our 111 meetings in total for an attendance rate of 198% respectively. While Director Farrell was still on our board, he missed 8 of our 24 possible regular meetings that he could have attended, and 27 of the 104 total possible meetings that he could have attended, for a rate of approximately 66% and 74% attendance, respectively. Director Song has missed 3 regular meetings and 17 meetings in total, with an attendance rate of approximately 90% and 85% respectively. Director Clark gets the kudos for missing the least. He, as far as I could tell, he missed 1 meeting the entire time, and no regular meetings were missed by him. He had 100% and 99% respectively for attendance. Director Gregory gets the honorable mention because she has missed no meetings so far, but she's only had a chance to go to 22. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up. I don't think that my missing meetings has been a problem. I know others on this board have stated that it has been. And often when I ask questions, I know it may seem like it's because I don't understand it. Often it's not. It's because I want the community to understand the questions that I have asked in the past and also the answers to those questions, because they're often the same questions that they have themselves. I think that's important, but that just leads to why I tend to do that. I also wanted to speak to the fact that I like, during our work session, we discussed the changing of our comms procedures for emergencies at schools. I hope that we can discuss this in more detail, as I don't know that providing communication to parents is more important than us figuring out a way to shut down communication altogether while that emergency is going on. I don't know if that's possible, but to me, that is a much bigger problem. And so I hope that we can discuss that again in the future. As far as 5th grade camp, you know, I had hoped that this board would see it the way I see it. We didn't. That doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. I hope that we can work on that and make it happen for our kids. As far as the email that was sent and spoken about from the Kent Principals Association, one of the representatives spoke to it. I did read that email in detail, and I agree with a few of the items that they brought up. I would like for our board to hopefully be able to discuss credit recovery. I think it's really important that we find other ways to get our kids to graduation without having to resort to alternative programs. But I also want to make sure that those alternative programs are as robust as possible for every kid that needs them. It doesn't matter to me if it's 150, 250, 500, however many students we have that need it, whether they're in Kent or not. I want us to be able to provide that. So I hope we can talk about that some more. I also like that the 4 high schools have chosen to get together and make a cell phone policy across the board for them. But I do think that our board needs to step up for that. I think that we should be making that determination for the entire school district so that we can take the pressure off of those high school principals having to answer to parents and kids and everything else, because we can take that heat, I believe. And then the last one was Tier 2 intervention practices. I think that's very important. I think we should work to improve that in every way possible, and hopefully we can discuss that some more in our coming year. Let's see. I also wanted to mention that although I enjoy the presentations that we get from our staff and everything here, a lot of the discussion that happens amongst our board, I feel like could be better. And I think that the amount of time that we have to discuss things often ends up keeping us here till 9:30 or later because we don't have the time to discuss it elsewise. When we go to our work sessions and such, those work sessions are often us asking questions of the district and not really discussing it amongst the board that much. And I think it would be better for us to focus more on the discussion piece between our board members so that we can set policy that works for the board as a whole and not just be listening and asking questions of the district. Not that I think that's bad. I just think it would be good for us to have more discussion. Outside of that, that's really it. That's all I have. So I just wanted to thank everyone for the school year here. I think it went really well overall. I'm hoping that we can keep making the progress that we've made and just continue that into the future. So good luck to all of our graduates, and we'll see all the rest of you students next year.
Thank you, Director Cook. Thank you for those who stayed here tonight as late as we did. It was a robust meeting. I'd like to give congratulations again for the nights. Not surprising, but it's always still nice to hear the excellence and the transparency in the 2 state auditor exit meetings that we've had, and how that does help us show the commitment to our community and our taxpayers. I also know that I appreciate the passion that we have around outdoor camp, both from our community, from our teachers, from our students, and those on the board. I really love 6th grade camp. Man, it was fun. And I really do appreciate that that the conversation will continue on, and I really do hope that we find a way to be able to do this, not just one year, but really sustainably. And probably just as important for me is equitably throughout every school in the district. We need to make sure that if 3-day is what one school can have, then all schools should be able to have that. And I also appreciate the commitment to getting towards a balanced budget. We have gone through the tough times of not having supplies in our schools that we needed because we didn't have the budget, and we cannot get there again. I love outdoor camp, but I can tell you that there's other things that I would love to see too. I would love to see Spanish in all of our middle schools. And the commitment to equity in there. I would love to see, the list goes on. And so the hard part is it is a set amount of money, and everything that you give to one area takes away from another. And so I guess my comment on this one is it's not because we don't want to, it's because it's a finite amount of money that we have for everything. I'd like to say thank you to Springbrook for reaching out and reminding us of hope. And it just made me think that this was just such a perfect, from our very first learners all the way through graduation, that we just got to see 1,800 students walk across the podium or the stage, thank you. The stage, don't walk across the podium, that would be weird. Across the stage, and really with the confidence of that they met the requirements. I loved the comment that we heard about our principals and the effort that they went into. And I know Some of our principals were there until the night before, 9 p.m., grading work for students to make sure that every student that could did. And I know that that happens throughout the year in all the extra efforts that our administrators and our teachers give to getting our students to graduation and graduating towards something, but never for a moment lowering what the standards are, because it means something to graduate. And so I love that we hold the standards high, and yet we will help you every moment of the way to get through there. And so thank you for letting me be part of all of the graduations. It is an honor to be able to do that and see, like I say, everything we do up here, we do for our students. And that is why we give up our time in the 111 meetings, is because I just really love our students and I love our community, and the hard decisions that have to go into this and holding ourselves to a better standard of always being better 1%. How do we be better 1% every day? So thank you for our students for raising themselves up to the bar, and we hear you, community. We will constantly look for ways for us to be better too. It is 9:36. Thank you, students, and we are now adjourned.